Talk everything that's related to cryptocurrency, financial markets, and financial products. Guys, very warm welcome to all of you. My name is Nina Afin, and as you know, I am the host for CheesyBit and ZBit platform. A little adjustment that I need to do for the. Okay, sorry about this. Yeah, just a sec. Yeah, I think this is better. So guys, very warm welcome. I'm so sorry. So yes, yeah, so what's happening in the markets? I know I'm coming back from my holiday, my 2 offs, and this is my after coming back from my holidays, my first working day. As in, I just went for 2 days. I know. How are you guys doing? How are you guys placed? Where are you guys? What are you up to? क्या चल रहा है सबके पास? Everything is fine. I hope you all know that now that we are live on ZBit platform. ZBit is basically having 2 channels right now, which is YouTube as well as it has platform which is on X as well. तो आप लोग जहाँ से भी join कर रहे हैं, both on ZBit as well as CheesyBit, whether you're on X or you're on on CheesyBit, I heartily welcome to all you guys. I hope these sessions, whatever we do, चाहे भले इसमें कुछ knowledgeable मिले या नहीं मिले, we try keeping it as entertaining as possible, and we try to basically talk as much as we can so that we can bring about some useful content for all you guys. I hope whatever content that is being discussed here, चाहे वो news हो, चाहे वो any particular thing that we discuss about in crypto is making some sense to you, because I know starting in crypto is a bit difficult, especially when you're just starting out and it's the first time ever, like it's your journey is just new to this platform or to this industry. It's a bit difficult to understand some things in the starting. तो आप जो भी वजह से ज्वाइन करते हो, अगर in case you're able to share that with us on the platform, like why you join these sessions and what are you actually looking for, that will add more value to us, because we will be able to focus on maybe some topics which you guys are also looking for. After all, it's our work is also to make sure that you guys are happy about what we are doing here. So in case you think that there is something that you want us to discuss or to talk about, you're more than welcome to share that with us, and we will be discussing on all those topics too. So what's happening with the markets? Let's just see. Bitcoin at 105,135, which is basically down by 0.16% in 24 hours. Ethereum at 2630, 1.18%, which is in positive, which is a good thing. BNB at 668, which is down by which is positive by 0.66%. Solana down by 2.66, which is at 156.18. XRP at 2.2506, 1.77%. So this is in positive. So Bitcoin, after touching its all-time high of 112,000, I think has come down to a significant level, which is like at 105, 104 right now. So we are seeing some kind of pullback on that front for sure. And one of the major reasons we all know is it is because of the recent tariffs that are being imposed on European Union for about 50%, and then even after touching its all-time high, it's actually seeing a pullback because the market has to correct, right? After giving all the profits it's supposed to give, it's actually come back to its normal level. So that's what I think has been happening. And whatever positive news, of course it's a good thing, but negative news has also impacted the overall crypto market. So that's what is happening with Bitcoin and other altcoins as well. Market capitalization is standing at 3.31 trillion. which is a good number. Volume is at 106, which is a good number again. Looks like there's like buying that's happening. Of course, we can see the volume has increased, because I remember back when I was there 2 days ago, I think at that point in time it was in somewhere around 82 billion something, but it is right now at 106, which is a good thing. The overall fear and greed index stands at 57 neutral. So the people are not so, neither they are negative, they are neither positive, so they are neutral about what's happening, because none of us know what's happening on the front until unless there's something that will actually start shooting up the prices of each one of them. So let's just see all of them at a glance, one by one, as we go about, guys. So this session is going to be like for 4 hours continuously, so you have to be like really patient with me in terms of staying together for 4 hours. I know it's not going to be easy, neither for you, neither for me, to stay connected for 4 hours, because I'm going to take some breaks in between as I'm going on talking. So that will be part and parcel of this. So in that scenario, I just want you guys to take your popcorn or take your chips or take your cool drinks or whatever you guys want to have before you actually start on this journey with me. I know there will be so many things while we are going on, we are going to talk about, and it's going to be it's going to be a combination of everything. I am keeping my live chats on here because I want to see you guys. Just a sec. No, I need to adjust. Okay, otherwise I'll keep it here. Sorry guys, there's a bit of I need to adjust few of the things here. Okay. No. So yes, I think this is good. Yeah. So yeah, anybody joining in, I'll have my my chat room here, so you can send me a hi or whatever you would like to do. Yeah. So XRP is at 2.25, which is trading at 1.71%, 2.63. I will be going through each one of them for sure. So let's just wait and watch. Meanwhile, I'm also going to play some videos in between. I think there's one nice video that I found today, and I'm going to play that for you guys. Well, I'm actually taking you through some kind of discussions out there. I will be doing this as well. So we know for a fact that crypto markets are making few people very rich, and few people they're just taking away the money. So let's just see, there's some kind of good video. It says it's a 1 hour 24 minutes video, so maybe while the video is going on, I might pause it at times and then I might talk about it, or things like that might be there. At the same time, we will go on talking about different things as well, so you have to stay tuned to us. Okay.
You go to earn yield and borrow against your Bitcoin and Ethereum. Figure Markets crypto-backed loans let you borrow against your Bitcoin or Ethereum with up to 75% loan-to-value ratio, one of the highest in the industry. Whether you're looking... Today's video is sponsored by Figure Markets, the place you go to earn yield and borrow against your Bitcoin and Ethereum. Figure Markets crypto-backed loans let you borrow against your Bitcoin or Ethereum with up to 75% loan-to-value ratio, one of the highest in the industry. Whether you're looking to reinvest and double back down into more Bitcoin, cover everyday life expenses, or just have cash on hand, these loans make it simple. Interest rates start as low as 12.5% with no credit checks, no long applications, and no prepayment penalties. And if you're worried about sending your Bitcoin as collateral to somebody you don't know, well, Figure Markets is a subsidiary of Figure, the largest non-bank HELOC lender in the US, with over 14 billion of home equity unlocked, and founded by Mike Cagney, who founded SoFi. Sign up today at figure.com/Real Vision and download the app to explore all their offers. Explore crypto, loans, earning opportunities, and more with Figure Markets. Hi, I want to talk to you today about my friends at Bitwise and why they're the best crypto asset manager out there. I've talked on the show often about how crypto is reshaping everything from finance, portfolios, and even macro. Everything's ramping up. We've got tailwinds in DC, interest from TradFi, and growing optimism. But smart investors see all of this and focus on the how. What's the savviest way to seize this moment? And that's why so many investors I know are working with Bitwise today. They've been all in on crypto since 2017. They're OGs. They've got more than 30 products to help
bother on
investors
this one
like you
because
get access to whatever they need or want. They've got a team of more
these
than
are some
100
sponsored
across the
videos,
US
so
and
that's why
Europe,
they are
and
talking
have
about
over
all of
10
that.
billion in client assets. You know, a lot of people know Bitwise for their ETFs, how they manage the world's largest crypto index funds and the wide range of crypto ETFs they have. But not as many people realize, Bitwise manages private alpha strategies too, and has SMAs for large investors, and is one of the largest institutional Ethereum staking providers. They really do everything. These guys are true OGs in the space, and they're good friends of mine too. So please go and check out Bitwise. They're really excellent. Go to bitwiseinvestments.com and see all that they've got to offer. That's bitwiseinvestments.com, or just email them at james@bitwiseinvestments.com and let them know that Raoul sent you. Anyway, there's a million ways to access crypto. Explore how you can access it best with Bitwise. And remember, carefully consider the extreme risk associated with crypto before investing. Anyway, thanks so much.
Hey everyone, sorry to interrupt, but this is the cheesy podcast bit that gets on everyone's nerves, but it's really important to me. Please, if you can like the channel and also subscribe, it helps me a lot to get the best guests in the world for you guys. So click like and subscribe. Appreciate it.
Oh my god, so many sponsored videos, my god. Don't worry on that
Thanks.
part.
It's fucking terrifying for me. Will I get it right? Will I end up with egg on my face? Will everybody hate me again? I don't know. It's pretty miserable doing that. But I know it's the right path, because when you understand that, you realise how powerful it is to help people. Because if I'm right that we're going from 3 trillion to 100 trillion, we're only 3% there.
Raoul Pal is the co-founder and CEO of Real Vision, host of the Journeyman podcast, and a globally recognized macro investor.
He is known for breaking down complex financial trends and shaping the conversation around global economics and digital assets.
How to get rich in crypto without getting lucky and without falling for all the scams.
It's the same advice to everybody who comes into the space. Just buy Bitcoin. There's no such thing as free money. Bitcoin on average has like 150% return since 2012. But then once you start seeing the rest of crypto, 100%, but that bloke just made 100x. I'm all in on Farmcoin. No.
AI is becoming super tangible.
One thing I do know is crypto has a superpower, behavioral incentives of tokens. The crazy thing is AI is doing better than 99% of all analysts. For me, if it looks like a duck, smells like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. These things have some element of sentience.
It's all cooked now that the crazy meme coin meta is behind us.
I'm massively overweight SUI.
Percentage is one.
Over 70%. People lose their fucking minds. They sell their houses and buy crypto. This space is so full of risks. You have to be paranoid at all moments.
Tell me something about your life that I can take with me for the next half of my life.
Get out of your comfort zone. Go and do something that's different.
I need to find a girlfriend.
You gotta stop wearing that t-shirt for starters. Hi, Raoul here. Listen, I think we've got till 2030 before the economic singularity arrives. Now, it might not be the exact date, but it's around then. So we have about 6 years to figure out how to unfuck our future. I've put together a report to help you called Prepare for 2030. It's going to help you take the first steps in that journey to make sure you're secure past 2030. So just click on the link below and start your journey now.
It's good. It's not as good as mining Bitcoin at 24 cents. But
I just keep hearing these stories so they'll make you feel sick.
I'm happy to not be hearing them, because I would be wondering why I'm taking all these planes
To
to be like white, like an ass. Like you are.
It's interesting because you speak to a bunch of these people. Like, speak to Wences Caceres. He was like OG Silicon Valley. He bought $2 million of Bitcoin at $3. And he's like, I asked him how much he works now. And he said, an hour a day.
He's still doing the Bitcoin Vault Xapo thing?
Yeah. But he doesn't work on it. But the point being is, like, it's very difficult to build any business, even a SaaS, amazing takeoff product that does the same returns as just owning Bitcoin.
Yeah. I have a friend of mine yesterday who we do business together. I have a data analytics company since 10 years, not in crypto.
Yeah.
And he's been bringing me a lot of business because they do ERPs and this data collection systems that are underneath the data analytics. So we're very complementary. And he's buying back the shares of one of the co-founders because they have issues in the business. And he came and he asked me for a loan. I was like, hey, do you have some, I'm just going to my friends to get some cash so I can buy these shares, right? And I mean, I know it's going to be good for our business because he's less motivated because of these co-founders' issues, right? But I'm thinking in my mind, I mean, I'm like, I need to help him because he helped me when I was in tough moments, so I'll do it. But these USDC, I mean, Swiss franc in that case, could be in Bitcoin. Fuck, right?
I know.
He's like, and you choose the interest rate you want. I'm like, okay, let's do it 0 interest because anyway, like versus Bitcoin, like it's a bad bet.
It's just throwing money away. I know. It's like the NASDAQ is down 99.97% since 2012 against Bitcoin. And tech stocks have been the next best performing asset in the world.
So what do we do?
Just try and get as much cash flow as possible and stick it into crypto.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm doing now with the media company. 60% is going into Bitcoin. The rest is in USDC. And then I have my personal portfolio for like all the more risky stuff.
Yeah.
I'll come back.
It's good to be back. Third country.
We're meeting in more places than I met a woman in my life, right?
Yeah, we're not dating yet.
No, we're not yet, as I said. You asked before, what is this cast thing? Because I think the rest, you're kind of familiar with them, right?
So, Pudgy Penguin's always there, every interview.
Yeah. Cast is how I bought your coffee today. So basically, it's on Solana.
It's a very low, cheap sponsorship.
It's actually an amazing sponsorship because I use it all the time.
What is it?
So you spend your stablecoins, right? If you want to leave, for example,
what are these stablecoin things? I don't own any stablecoins. I've never owned any.
So in the business, again, everything is paid in stablecoins.
Right.
And so I have this data company since 10 years, normal word, cash, right?
Yeah.
Takes days or weeks, you're paid late, and then you have crypto, right? And if you're a crypto business, you can be paid in stablecoins. And if you're paid in stablecoins, that's why people say it's a killer app, right? You paid so fast.
I know, it's unbelievable.
Incredible.
I know.
But then the next step is, how do I not off-ramp this money to spend it? You can use a credit card or debit card like Cast. It's an application. The only function today is spending your stablecoins.
Yeah.
And it just works. That's it. It's beautiful.
It's
life-changing, actually. It's so simple, but it's so life-changing.
The off-ramp is so hard.
It's absolutely.
In the Cayman Islands, none of the banks will accept it. So all the crypto I've ever bought, I've never been able to sell because I can't take it out.
Yeah.
Meet Adelaide, Sam, and Ben. They're a part of the Eat.
Let's start with the basics.
Yeah.
For people who might be new to the man I have in front of me. Let's say I'm your Uber driver. If you have to explain me what it is you do and why you do it.
Fuck, that's really hard.
What would you say?
Well, when people say, what do you do? I'm like, I'm sort of in finance, but I'm also in media and I'm also in crypto.
Do you say crypto?
Yeah.
Because nowadays I feel it's still kind of...
It's still a bit dirty.
Still.
But I like it that way. I like it dirty.
Will do.
And so, it's kind of like finance, media, crypto, and you kind of see where their interest lies. But if it's an Uber driver, it's usually crypto. They don't give a shit about the rest.
Do you try to go a bit deeper so they ask more questions, or do you actually like people to just not ask too much questions so we can kind of move on?
I don't mind.
If they don't know you.
If they don't know me, they tend not to ask the questions because they're topics that scare people.
finance, media. Oh, does that mean you have a podcast or do you do whatever? And then crypto, if they don't like crypto or don't know about it, it's daunting. So they don't ask.
Another podcaster,
Yes,
and
another.
in crypto. Like, it's probably the worst combo you can ever find for people who don't understand or don't know crypto.
That's right. I mean, there's enough bloody crypto podcasts, that's for sure.
That's for Legion's Bloody Podcast, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The world was freaking out a few weeks ago. Oh my God, tariffs, end of the world. Nasdaq was down bad. Crypto was down bad after most of the coins had been in down-only mode for 2 months already. So it just happened after. At some point, that's always with crypto. You feel like this should be over. And then you have this big news that destroys another 90% when it's already down 90%, right? For all our beloved shit coins. So there's all this madness and this panic happening, and then there's Rao getting pissed on live streams and laughing at everyone. Why?
Because I've tried to explain to people, this space is long term. The hardest thing to do is not lose your shit. Every newbie who comes in loses their shit. You tell them, hey, listen, because of the tightening of financial conditions last year, the market's going to start weak. They're like, yeah. When it happens, it's like, oh my God, what's happening? I'm like, I told you, the market should be weak because of financial conditions. Another week later, what's going on? Nothing. The market's going to be tight. And then they start assigning narratives to it. And everyone starts to, and that's why I try and be flippant on the podcast to get people to understand that what they're doing is building narratives to describe why the price action is, and it may not be the accurate narrative. So it's like suddenly they go from, oh my God, we're all going to be rich, to Trump's ruined everything, tariffs are going to destroy the world's going to go into recession, this is the worst thing ever. Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's as simple as the flow of liquidity into markets, and over time, crypto gets adoption. So that's why I try and just lighten it up, because I know, we've talked about this before, all of our life savings are in this, right? It matters massively. And I get that. So I'm not flippant about that. What I'm trying to do is get people to relax and understand there are ways to do this, that don't fuck this up thesis that we talked about on this podcast before, just ways of not worrying about it. And so then it's been interesting to do that Drinks with Raoul show that's kind of become cult viewing now, because people love it because I insult everybody, which is funny, because if you think of the average audience age, they're generally in their 30s. They're generally learning about things like wine and stuff like that. And they like to be told that they're Philistines and that they need to get more classy.
Why do you think people like to be insulted?
I don't know, but they come up to me all the time, say that it's the best show that they know of, because I just insult everybody. I don't know, but it's because it's genuine and it's fun, and it shows a sense of affection for the people in the community, that you kind of know what they're going through and who they are, and it resonates with them. They're like, yeah, I need to kind of get classy now. I'm getting old enough to think about, being a bit classier, stuff like that, and it's just fun. And also, just making fun of Americans is my favorite hobby in the world.
Why?
Why start your trading session with a blank chart? Imagine opening your charts and having all your technical analysis already done.
I love Americans, I love America, and because they always come from the, we're the freedom country, the strongest nation in the world, and so to take the piss out of them is very funny, and they don't quite know how to take it, but they kind of like it as well. So it's just a fun thing, and Brits and Americans have always had this relationship of taking the piss out of each other, like English and French have. There's this endless, through the ages fun.
So what you said before is, something we say often in crypto, right? Price leads narrative.
Yeah.
So if you guys feel freaking out about the market, just have a glass of wine.
It's kind of that, right? It's like, don't forget there is life. You're supposed to be living a life. The whole touch grass thing is actually really serious, because on a physiological level, grounding yourself.
You do it?
Yeah,
walk barefoot.
I spend my entire life in barefoot.
Nice.
And so, yes, that is really important. And then it's the point of just move away from your screens. Looking at tick charts and minute charts and hourly charts, they're just not going to help you. Everybody thinks they can be a trader because they see Ansem or somebody online, and they think,
Guys, I keep telling this so many times to all my viewers, people who are, trading live. Sometimes you guys get so stuck to the charts and to the screens all the time. It's not at all advisable, because sometimes it's just like putting the money and leaving it there. That's all it takes, actually. Watching it like 24/7 or watching it every moment will not give you the kind of profit or whatever you're looking for. So I think he's rightly mentioning that. He's just taking away my words, honestly speaking, and I really, totally resonate with whatever he's saying. It's not going to change anything about it, because whatever the market sentiments are going to be, whatever the way market is going to perform is going to perform. So there is nothing that is going to change. So sometimes it's chilling, just about relaxing, and just being yourself and just live that life, and not just break your head over it, because this is all about discipline. This is all about being calm. This is all about staying disciplined in all the situations and making the right kind of. So if you are invested into a very strong fundamental project, then there's nothing to worry. Even if you are invested even for shorter term, if you're not getting the kind of profits you're looking for, but still in the long run you will be at some place. So that is what it takes. So that is what I totally resonate with. So
I'm going to make 100x. I'm going to do this. I'm going to trade in, trade out. When the reality is, the true wealth in this space, true wealth in all businesses, are people who just buy and hold. And I know it's less sexy, but it is the answer. I mean, I see you post about this all the time.
I learned.
Yeah,
I learned.
And we talked about this.
Like I think the people who spend their entire days, we call them chronically online, right? And you're there and you're just going crazy. I mean, first it's like a dopamine hit every time.
Yeah. But you just dopamine burnout as well.
It destroys you. It destroys you completely.
Yeah.
totally.
But you kind of have to. I mean, you have to go through that and get kind of screwed, I guess, especially when you're younger and you don't really understand markets and media and clicks and all that stuff. And you probably have to go through like, it's so painful, or I hate it so much, or I feel so bad mentally that, hey, maybe I'm going to go and do something else, right? And by the way, it also works better at the same time.
And that's that famous bell curve thing, is the moron on the left, the Jedi Master on the right, and the mid-curver in the middle. You all have to go through that journey. You know, the moron on the left, the first person in space, is like, buy Bitcoin and just hold it. Then you go through the whole justification of everything, and then you build this massive macro thesis that is entirely wrong, and then you're trading out of your coins, and then it's like, I'm going to make the money by trading the early stage stuff, and I'm going to do the AI tokens and this, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And in the end, you come to the other side, which is just buy and hold.
Yeah, absolutely. And buy and hold,
Totally,
like,
I understand.
just only certain coins. The rest is, even the ones that we think,
is so relatable, right? Like whenever we all, I think I'm damn sure each one of us, when we have started our journey as a trader, I'm sure each one of us has gone through the similar kind of things that they're talking about. And I can nicely relate to it, because I have been through that journey myself. Sometimes like going so impatient, watching the markets like 24/7, going crazy. And then I realized, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to put the money there and just hold it for quite some time. And that is how, the overall from a trader to sometimes becoming an investor becomes the thing. So if you have the right kind of tokens or the cryptos in your, portfolio, that's all that matters. Sometimes it's just like, every day taking that kind of burden is not so worthy. I believe it's not so great, honestly speaking, because it drains you out overall as a person, right? Because you're going through a cycle of what do I say, it's a cycle of emotions and everything that's associated with it, and then then you suddenly realize it's just washing you away, and then you just want to get rid of it. So that is not something which we want as traders, because traders really have to be like very strong-headed people, very disciplined and calm and patient in every way. But at times when markets don't take you through that, I think seriousness or something, that's where you lose your calm and you kind of make some mistakes and you do some emotional trading and things like that, so which I don't recommend any of you going into it. Just in case you're losing out your calm, just in case you're losing out your discipline or whatever, all you have to do is you just get on to investing it and not trading into it. Trading can actually make you frustrated over a period of time, and if you lose your calm and patience, you might end up selling it at a loss. But in case you just hold it, if the project is strong and a strong pullback can still get you back to the normal levels that we are talking about. So I think that's what they are discussing, and let's just see what further insights we get into all of that.
There's this logic, right? Oh, it's a smaller coin, there's less liquidity, it's going to perform better. But you always call that, right? You say if you go too far down the risk curve, it's not going to work. But it's actually even closer to the top of the curve than we think. Then it doesn't work anymore already.
Yeah,
there's too many coins.
There's too many coins, and it's a game of attention. So the more coins there are, the less attention can focus on the key ones, or it hyper-focuses on the big ones. Or a narrative holds for a period of time, and it doesn't hold for long in this world. So if you look at what's happened in the last 3 years over the bull market, from the bottom of 2022 through to today, it's essentially been a Bitcoin dominance game. So just owning Bitcoin has been the best bet, except for 2 asset allocation shifts, basically, that have been relatively long-term for a year each. One was by Solana at the bottom, and the other was by SUI last year. And those have been the big bets. There's been interim bets where you've made a lot of money from some of these, but they've been less persistent. So they haven't captured attention for long. So some of them have lasted 6 months. But really what you're looking at is in the top 10, top 20 projects, what are the ones that have persistent network adoption that are growing and provable? Those are better quality bets.
How do you find that? How do you find one that is going to persist through time in this crazy game where attention is everything, and usually the persistent just it's not persistent?
So there's 2 ways that look at, so this is what we're talking about now is Metcalfe's law. That's how this price is actually priced. So Metcalfe's law is how to value networks. It's how Amazon was valued, Google was valued, all of these things. And what it is the number of active users and then the total value transacted. So i.e., are those users valuable? So the Bitcoin network has a lot of users. They don't do anything except buy and hold and trade a bit. But the value of that is a lot. We've got sovereign states buying. So there's big numbers. So that's why Bitcoin is worth more than anything else. Ethereum has a huge number of users and a massive number of applications. Now, the layer 2s have confused it somewhat, but that's why it has the value that it has. So what you're looking for is projects that are seeing growing user growth and growing applications.
Start trading with FXTM. Best trading experience
I
winner.
think in all my sessions, I keep reiterating about this fact that whenever you're choosing a project to either trade or to invest, the more usability, the more usage or the more adoption cases it has, the more it is going to grow in the future. And that's where your opportunity lies to kind of make money. So I think that's what they are focusing on, and that is very, very essential in order to make any kind of futuristic decision. So if you want to be an informed decision maker, that is where your opportunity lies. So probably you would have seen me in my streams all this while, like past 3 to 4 months, I've been talking more on SUI network. So the reason I talk about it is because of its usage, because of the utility it has and the growing adoption that it has. So the more it's going to get adopted by the financial institutions or institutional investors, and more of applications getting built on that network, or more of maybe say not just apps, maybe gaming or any other thing that will be coming onto it, that's where you will see that particular crypto token or cryptocurrency will be much more in demand as compared to any other alternative cryptocurrency or altcoin that's available. So that's what we need to kind of keep in mind before we get into any of this.
Value. And Solana at the bottom of the cycle, it was being priced as if it was going to go to zero, yet you could see the developer community was actually growing and the number of users was stable, And then bonk was like one of the things that kind of shifted the narrative a bit, and you started seeing user growth. So now you've got a big, proven, high-quality team, one of the best in the business, with great technology, and many other projects have great tech, but they got the adoption. And so that started to feel like it was a decent bet. SUI's the same thing.
Yeah. We're releasing Tolly from Solana.
He's a great guy.
He's a sweetheart. Like, literally, he's such a good person.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Like, we spent 90 minutes talking, and you can see he's just like so good.
And he's
pure.
Yeah, and he's just super smart. He's a very nice person, and what they built is incredible.
And I asked him, what's the moment that was the kind of inflection point in Solana, great comeback, right? And he said, I thought it would be bonk, but he said it's actually the Mad Lads launch.
Oh, really?
And I didn't understand Mad Lads until I talked to him. I was like, what is this? I mean, it's an NFT, right? But like, why is it like, but it's actually the kind of key moment where the Solana team realized, oh man, we're able to have something happening that doesn't break the network, and we're getting there. And he said that's the moment I started to have less stress.
And D-Gods had disappeared from Solana, if you remember.
They disappeared at the bottom, yeah.
That's right. And then Mad Lads came and Bonk came, and those were two test cases. So I'm always looking for test cases where somebody's doing something that hasn't been done before that proves out. And we talked about this before, is that memes, what they're really doing is massively stress testing these networks. And they've proven that these networks can take it.
We're going to talk about that, obviously. I'm your Uber driver still, and I ask you, you tell me, I'm Raul, I'm in crypto, I'm a crypto podcaster.
God, that's the worst thing, I'm sorry. It's the worst.
It's fine. It is what it is.
I'm the communicator.
We're all trying our best here, right? We're all trying our best. So I'm the Uber driver. There is a simple but not easy question that every new person coming into crypto asks themselves. How to get rich in crypto without getting lucky and without falling for all the scams. So let me ask you, how can I build wealth in crypto without any luck involved?
So simply, it's the same advice that everybody comes into the space. Just buy Bitcoin. And dollar cost average, so buy some with your paycheck and hold it and get a feel for it. And everybody I've taken down that journey, at first they do that. You're usually giving them that advice when the market's going up. Then they have the correction. They have to learn, oh my God, it can go down 40% as well. Am I going to lose all my money? They have to go through all of this. But that's the learning curve. And then after a while, they get used to the volatility and they become numb to it. And then you can say, okay, have you listened to podcasts? Have you done research? Have you been on Twitter? Not to listen to trading stuff, but just to understand what is this technology. Because Bitcoin is just a part of the space. It's the digital gold, the store of value. But then people they want to get more speculative in the space. They want to try and make money. So then you start saying, okay, listen, only use the top 3 or 4 projects.
Yeah, but so I'm the Uber driver or anyone else coming into crypto. First you say Bitcoin, right? And I'm like, everyone, without exception, will say, yeah, but Bitcoin is 90K or 100K. If it goes to 200K, I'm only up to 2x. Fuck this shit, bro. I want to make money, right?
No, not yet. Not yet. Because at first, they're coming out of 401k world or investing world, or they've got a bank account and they're getting 5% interest on their deposits, right? The Uber driver. And he's thinking, well, how do I make money? I've owned some. He might have bought a share or two or owns, an ETF. So when you say, well, Bitcoin on average does like 150% returns since 2012, they're like, holy shit. But then once you start seeing the rest of crypto, you're like, 100%? But that bloke just made 100x. Okay, this is the danger zone now. This is when they start, you talk to them and they're like, I'm all in on Fartcoin. You're like, no. And I try and explain to them, is you have to go down that learning journey, do that with 10% of your portfolio. Because then you can fuck it up.
Billions must fart.
Billions must fart.
I saw something, brilliant tweet, I think it was yesterday. Fartcoin is AI. Fartcoin is a meme. Fartcoin is the coin of the cycle. Fartcoin is RWA, tokenized farts. Do you hold any Fartcoin by any chance?
I don't.
Why?
I'm still holding on to my smoking chicken fish, which was down 90% and is rallying well. I've kept with that meme because, look, I don't have an edge in memes. And as you know, all you end up doing is switching from one narrative to the other at narrative peak, because people are really in the trenches, can see this, and there's a different set of signals they look for. So I don't. So I have, that's the one meme I've got still. Oh, and I own Doge.
Do you still have faith?
Do I still have faith in the chicken fish? Yes. Lord Vishnu will save us, will rise from the ashes. But I don't know and I don't care is the point. It's fun. It's fun to do, and whether Fartcoin's your fun or Whiff's your fun or Bonk, well, it doesn't matter. Just don't let it be a large part of your portfolio, because the probability is something like 85% that it'll go to zero.
Yeah. Only 85%?
To go to zero.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Something I learned with the Luna thing was it never goes to zero. It goes to 0.1, then to 0.01, then you can always add a zero, and it's
you
like...
can also pull another 90%.
Crazy. It's crazy. It's actually, I'm laughing, but when you're in the thing, like, it's not funny. It's
I'm
terrible.
surprised that Luna didn't become a meme coin. I thought it was going to happen, where people just rage bought it for the hilarity of it.
That was the narrative that a bunch of like big Luna whales. I knew a good bunch of guys who lost like $250 million. Actually, I had one guy on the podcast who lost $3.6 billion in Luna. They're the biggest loss with Binance Labs. They were a VC. And I think people got so hurt, maybe they say, we're not going to have fun with that. But a bunch of the guys who were putting $500K at $5 in Luna to buy the dip, right? They're the same ones who were like, I'm buying more Luna because it's going to become the best meme coin. Never happened.
It didn't
Never happened.
I thought it would have been. I thought that would have been the most outrageous outcome. Would have been it was the meme coin of the cycle, but no.
It would have been so painful. Ugh. Anyway, it's been 3 years.
And you're still scarred.
But that's good. That's important. Like, that's how you're like, okay, do I even want to buy this shit, like, or too much of this shit, or this fart? I want to have some, but not too much. Like, for me, the main thing I learned from you and from getting very wrecked is portfolio allocation. And it sounds so boring when you're in your 20s, you're arriving crypto, you listen to these macro guys talking about portfolio allocation, you're like, man, these guys, they're so boring. And then you realize, like 2 months ago, when everything got like wrecked, most of my portfolio is in Solana. It's down 60% or 50%. It's not great, but I'm not bothered. And I realized, I was thinking about the difference between this big liquidation that happened like 1-2 months ago and March crash 2020, because some people were making comparisons, right? And in March crash, I was levered 2-3x on BitMEX and lost all my crypto in the crash. And I was like, you actually, no one asks you to put yourself in these situations, but you do it because you're a fucking idiot. And then if you learn asset allocation, risk management, all these boring concepts, then it becomes like a walk in the park, and you can focus on building businesses and doing something useful, right?
Or you can drink wine online and insult people. But you know, the other issue is that's not the only risk. This space is so full of risks. You have to be paranoid at all moments. Because before you know it, you're like, well, I'm buying and holding, so I want to get some yield.
This is Sam, market analyst at eToro Academy.
So we all know for a fact that markets always, sees this roller coaster ride all the time. It's basically going up, down, and every time it's basically acting in a way where they reach all-time highs and then they kind of get onto that correction mode and all of that. So until you get the taste of it, you're never going to realize that what you have actually lost. So initially, when people start out in this particular zone, they are so greedy at times, like, okay, especially the young generation people, they get so excited by the overall thing. They think, okay, 1 or 2 concepts they know, and they feel that, oh, I know everything about crypto. No, it's not that way. Trust me, guys, this particular industry has such big ocean of knowledge and things that we actually, in fact, being in this industry for years and years together, I'm sure even those people might feel that there's so much that they need to learn, and to kind of grab. So as a beginner trader, as a beginner person in this zone, you have to be like very patient and not just think that, okay, just by learning one or two concepts here and there, you are like becoming a pro crypto, or you're becoming a professional into it and you know everything about it. So that's where it happens, like how he was quoting the example that as you really don't care about the concepts in the starting and you feel like, okay, I know everything about it, and then boom, you jump into it and you put all your money into it without realizing that so much risk is associated in it, and then you lose out on everything because of maybe whatever the reason. It could be market crash, it could be maybe temporary price correction or some consolidation or things like that. So that is where you will be actually losing out, and you have to be like very careful. If you cannot be a day trader or swing trader or whatever, like you can't be a trader as such, like if it's a bit difficult to begin with, because of course there's so many logics behind there's so many things that you need to know, like technical analysis, the fundamental analysis. Moreover, you need to know about the projects, what they are all about, and also understand the overall fundamentals of it, like where if you don't understand what that project is all about, definitely putting money into it is not going to make any sense. Trust me. Like when you don't understand what you're getting into, you're just going to waste your time and money, and that is what it will lead you to, and it will lead you to huge losses, and that is where you will be ending up. So only get into it if you think that you are actually going to learn everything about it, and that's what we like. Every trader, any person who you talk to, people who are there in this industry, they will tell you the same thing, because none of them has been away from this kind of a thing, like where they actually felt like maybe none of them will say that they had a smooth journey. They always had profits only, because all of us are going to face some kind of that roller coaster ride at some point in time, because the markets are not going to be same every time, right? So yes, probably we might get used to the numbness to it. We might feel numb to the up and down of the market at a later stage, because now that we are so used to it. But in the initial phases, unless you feel that pain or that pinch, you're not going to realize that. So be careful on that front when you get into it. And that's what I think they are beautifully describing. And, it's a good podcast that we are actually looking in some kind of bit of information and advices that are coming your way. So let's just keep watching and see what else we have coming our way.
Next one I want you to ask, yeah.
And then you're on some DeFi protocol that's giving you yield, and something goes wrong, goes to zero immediately. Okay, that is a classic one that happens endlessly. Or you expose your wallet and get hacked. And people don't understand wallet hygiene and how to keep things in different wallets, and never expose your key wallets to things, always have a step in the middle, the custody side of stuff. There's so many ways you can get hacked. There's people impersonating me online or you online, trying to get your wallet, or impersonating Coinbase online. Everybody's after your money. And you have to be paranoid at all points.
That's very true. I would say even in life in general, when you have businesses, right, it really helps you if you're always paranoid. You're always thinking about everything that could go wrong, and you're never becoming complacent, and therefore your business, your life is more stressful. But for example, I was the opposite of that when Luna was going to the moon, right? I was like, I can go to Bali for 3-4 months. I'm just making money, doing nothing, doing arbitrage from my bedroom, like pressing one button, making 1.5% every 21 days and printing money like crazy in UST, obviously. And then I got so wrecked, right? And now I'm thinking the opposite. I'm thinking, if I'm not paranoid, I'm paranoid if I'm too chill, basically. So I become scared if I become too chill, right? And if I'm paranoid, it actually makes me feel good, because I know I have less chances of getting
upside will take care of itself.
Yeah.
So you don't need to worry about, will the market go up over time? As long as the central banks keep printing money and this technology gets adopted, you'll be fine, as long as you're adhering to not being too far out the risk curve. And then you need to be paranoid about every single other part. Because don't forget, in the end, we go back to the point I made earlier, everybody's life savings is in this. This is the single most important thing for most people in their financial lives. And there are so many ways you fuck it up by getting a little bit greedy. Does the 6% yield actually matter to you? Oh, but it gives me cash flow. But if I'm 6%, you get 6% and there's a percentage chance of losing all of your money, and you don't know what that percentage chance are. Now, that's not the case with all DeFi or anything else, but it's just that people end up doing dumb shit.
The yield is a very interesting point, because now there's a big new narrative that a lot of very smart people, even Bitcoiners, believe in, which is Bitcoin DeFi.
Yeah.
And earning yield on your Bitcoin. And this Bitcoin staking and restaking and all these different things, right? I'm actually, for this drop series that I told you about before, I'm interviewing a bunch of them. I'm always thinking about you and another dude I interviewed on the podcast a year and a half ago. It's called James Wu. He's the youngest crypto billionaire. He runs a digital finance group. He's like 30 years old. And he said, the same as you said, I'm not in crypto for yield, I'm in crypto for capital gains. Any yield that I can get is not worth the risk. I can go in bonds or whatever, TradFi, to get like some yield.
This is what most traders see when they open their charts. A blank canvas. They'll spend the next 30 minutes drawing lines.
What do you tell all these people who are trying to push the yield part on the most pristine collateral? I mean, you're saying on one side it's pristine collateral, Bitcoin, but you don't want to freaking lose your Bitcoin. Like for a yield paid in another token, like I don't understand. And they're saying these Bitcoin ETFs with TradFi is going to become a big thing because Bitcoin ETF will want to have yield on their Bitcoin. What do you think about that? And you're probably talking to a bunch of these institutions. Would they want yield on their Bitcoin?
They've dealt with no yield on gold, but they've never owned a lot of gold because there's no yield. So they do prefer it. And, that's why I think when the ETH ETF has yield, which will come, it'll be more attractive to them. How do you get the Bitcoin ETF? Well, it'll be the same as the safest yield will be this kind of borrowing fees for borrowing it. And if it's run by large institutions, you've got some backstop protection. All ETFs have some sort of yield from borrowing that's often taken by the asset manager. I just don't like it because the capital gains is so big. We're not trying to eke out an extra few percent here. And even stuff like, and I don't really understand, like Lido, the aggregator for staking, right? It's huge. But what you've got is a yield curve mismatch. So you're able to have short-term access to yield, but really they have to lock it up. So managing that liquidity, and they're smart people, is complicated, and we don't know what can go wrong and when it goes wrong because we've never stress tested it. And that could be a weak point. We've talked about weak points many times. It's like Deribit, who I love, is a weak point because it was 80% of all the option market, or 90%. Now, it looks like they might get bought by Coinbase, which is much better for the market, but we need more options platforms. They need more competition to spread risk.
Have you thought about other weak points?
No, it's the yield enhancement stuff I don't like. And without naming names, but I just don't like them. And they're all smart people and they're good people and they're all trying their best. But I think those products should be in the hands of professionals and not retail. I really do. Now, if you're
only institution can invest in them, you're saying?
Yeah. To put their capital, because they understand the risks, where are the counterparty risks, all of that stuff. And if they want to get the extra yield from doing that, great. You're Brevin Howard hedge fund and you've got cash and you want to reinvest that, or you've got crypto holdings. That's your job. But for the average person to see 20% yield and that this is amazing, I'm going to be rich, you don't know what risk you're taking.
I know a lot of very OG Bitcoiners. I know a bunch of them too, who made billions of dollars with being early. A bunch of them think that what Saylor is doing is retarded, and the others think he's a genius. What do you think?
I don't know.
It's so hard, right?
It's so hard. And I think it's either or. And I don't really know. What I do know is by him doing what he's doing, he's creating leverage in the system. So he's basically, via the convert, selling cheap options. They're being bought by option arbitrageurs and who are then laying off the option risk on exchange. whether it's against Bitcoin or whether it's against MicroStrategy's listed options themselves. But also, they're trading the NAV versus Bitcoin, which moves around, and that's feeding also within it the perps versus spot, the futures versus spot, all of the arbitrage in the system. And arbitrage uses a lot of leverage because you're making smaller returns and they use leverage to enhance the returns. It seems right now that most of the buyers of the converts are TradFi hedge funds and others. So there's people like Norges Bank who are a sovereign wealth. They buy it for just the Bitcoin element of it. But then there's a bunch of Citadel and Millennium and Point72 and all these giant hedge funds, and they're doing the arbitrage. These guys understand risk very well, and they're probably systemically backstopped as well. And their position's not big enough to blow them up. It's who else is going to take the risk further out the curve that blows up. This market always blows up from leverage every time.
And we're seeing basically MicroStrategy copycats everywhere now, in every country.
Yeah.
And
there's no such thing as free money.
No, for sure.
And when people start calling it like the free money machine or whatever it is, it's like, no. And the other thing is, there's a lot of ETFs that are attached to MicroStrategies, the 2x longs, that creates this convexity, but it also on the way down, MicroStrategy falls more. And then it starts trading at a discount to NAV. And then that blows up the arbitrage people. There's easy ways to see as this thing builds and builds and builds, how it can create systemic risk in the system, in the crypto system, and maybe in the finance system.
We talked about Tolly before and Solana. Last time you shared your crypto portfolio with us. Let's have a look at what changed. Probably nothing, or almost nothing. You own a majority of Solana. Is Sol cooked now that the crazy meme coin meta is behind us?
I'm massively overweight SUI.
Over Sol?
Massively.
Join BlockDAG 2025. Participate and see your contribution grow to new heights.
Can I ask you, percentages-wise, more or less?
I'm definitely over 70% SUI, and that's not anything to do with the foundation that I'm on. That's my just capital allocation of my savings. And simple, it's not because I'm on the foundation and people are like, hey, he's just shilling his coin. It's because the fucking chart of Solana, SUI versus Solana broke out, and Solana was the strongest horse in the race. So if another large token is outperforming Solana on like weekly charts, daily charts, significant time horizons, and the chart pattern looks good, and you can see the adoption, and it's got a lower free float, and there's large demand, and there's a lot of developer activity, and all of the things we talked about, then I'm forced to do that. I then also looked at anything versus SUI now, because that's now your benchmark.
Yeah.
And then what's funny is you see, well, there's one token that's doing really well versus it. DeepBook. And DeepBook is the liquidity layer SUI, so I own some of that too.
I have a question on both of them actually.
Yeah.
You tweet for SUI, I love Sol, but SUI is my favorite child. If I need to have a favorite. Other than SUI to Sol chart, what's new in the SUI ecosystem, because you're pretty close to it since we last recorded together, that makes you hyper bullish on SUI?
It's really interesting because when you talk to, we're here in the Middle East right now, you talk to people, they know SUI because it's Facebook. You speak to people and everybody says, yeah, they're really interesting. You see, I mean, without giving away stuff from the foundation, you just know the quality of the people. I mean, you've interviewed Adani.
I went to the SUI office in March to interview Evan and Sam. It's not out yet because they're actually a sponsor of the podcast, we're an ecosystem partner. And I did the George for the launch of Walrus.
So you've seen them talking about SUI network as such, and this is why I keep reiterating. I'm sure you guys would have seen me talking so much about SUI network. So this is one of the major reasons because, SUI has outperformed, Solana as well. So if there's some token which has like huge potential, then, SUI is one network which basically has got great amount of acceptability, adoption, and a lot of development that's happening. And also the team behind it is very strong. They are all the people that comes from Meta. and Facebook. So the developer team is strong. They are trustworthy people. They are reputable people. And then even when we look at it from the overall performance perspective, it has outperformed in 2024, especially as compared to Ethereum as well as Bitcoin too. So you can imagine it has like that great potential. So if I'm talking about certain cryptocurrency, then I'm actually just not talking in the air. I'm definitely talking it, keeping a lot of things in mind, and also about its fundamental analysis, like the things behind it. That's the reason you see me just going behind that and doing so much research on that front. So somebody who is just starting out, I'm not saying that you can just start out just trading into it. You can still look for long-term options, and dollar cost averaging is never bad for somebody who's just starting out, or as well a part or an allocation of it can go towards respective coins, and definitely all the top stable currencies or stable coins are good enough to begin with. But what stands out is like what you basically believe in, and you can go for such kind of options for your own self. So they are also talking as it looks like as if they're talking my heart out. So that is why I put so much emphasis on all these things, guys. So hopefully you're able to understand where we are coming from, and what I'm trying to put emphasis on in my streams every day. So I hope it's making sense.
And I went to the office, and there was Adeni, there was Sam, and there was Evan. And we're in this office. The energy was insane. I brought a friend of mine. We spent the entire afternoon. I did this podcast there, and then it was like a party in this office, like you could feel. And they were saying, "Oh, look, this is the same office as we had in Facebook." Literally, like the atmosphere was incredible, and then we just left so energized. It was incredible.
You feel that. You feel throughout. You see the type of projects they're going for. It's interesting because I get called into a few meetings with some people that they're talking to, and like Christian, who's the head of the foundation, his opening question now to projects that want to work with SUI is like, well, show me the path to 1 billion users. Right, because it's built for that scale. And if you're leading with questions like that, it's like, yeah, okay, it's interesting you building this, whatever, but is this going to bring me 1 billion users? If it's not of high priority. And so their mindset is really big. And they back it up by, all of the projects that they've been launching. So, I've been privileged to be on the foundation to see the inner workings of an amazing group of people and see how they all come together. They're basically all ex-Facebook and Google. And they're very smart. They understand scale. They understand how to solve really difficult things, Walrus, stuff like that. It's super interesting. And so I think the market's picking up that narrative. Now, it's very early stage, It's going to have to go through a bear market. It'll go down a lot because low free float goes down a lot, like it goes up a lot. And then you need to see how well does the team manage a bear market. Do they have cash? Are they investing? Are they building? Which is what Solana did really well last cycle. Tolly did a magnificent job of doing that under extreme pressure. And that's when Lindy effects kick in. Tolly earns his stripes from that. And so it's still early, but, it's got all of the hallmarks of a massively growing ecosystem, massive growing number of users, massive growing number of applications. Have they had the big breakout application yet? No. But there will be one this cycle. And that'll be the first start of the bigger narrative.
So 70% in SUI. What are you going to do with that? Because you say buy and hold, right?
Yeah.
Are you planning at some point to say, I'm going to put some of that in Bitcoin or in Sol? Or are you saying if it goes down, I believe in the team? And
No, I've got locked tokens which will go down and stuff like that from the foundation. I will, as I've talked to you before, take some lifestyle chips off. There's things I want to do with my life. And so I've not had any big capital expenditure for 5 years now. So I would like to be able to do something. And then, yes, I'll do an asset allocations shift, whether it's to, I'm not one to really go out of the market. yes, a bit of cash to have cash buffer, but I'm not one to go out of the market because I don't think you know the shape of the downside. My fear is that Bitcoin only goes down 40% this cycle and everybody sells out and says, well, I can buy it down 70. Isn't this an easy game? And it doesn't go down 70, it doesn't go down 60, it doesn't go down 50, it goes down 40. And then it takes off again as liquidity comes and everybody's caught offside. So I'll probably allocate, whether it's towards Bitcoin or whatever, I'm not sure, but yeah.
When you say take some lifestyle chip, do you have a time frame? Do you have a price target, for example, for SUI? Or do you have an amount, dollar amount, that when you reach...
Yeah, it's
what's
kind
the
of like,
best way to look at that? Because it's so hard, right? Like
it's
to do
so
the right
hard.
thing.
And it's a function of where you are in the cycle. You want to de-risk a bit earlier than you feel comfortable doing.
Yeah.
Because then the back end of the cycle can play out short or long, and it doesn't matter. But you need to have enough wealth that you're feeling a little bit hubristic, like, oh, I king shit. That's when you take some money off. As soon as you start thinking, you start thinking, well, if I just double it again, I'm going to be really... Just take some money off. We've not got there yet for me. So, another larger move in the cycle, I'll then take some money off. And it'll feel too early and I'll hate doing it and I'll regret doing it. But I'll know it'll be the right thing.
You regret doing it until you don't regret it because it went so high and then went back so low that you're like, I did the right thing.
Yeah, I mean...
You're always going to feel bad, right? That's the rule.
You should feel bad.
Yeah.
You're not going to time the top perfectly. And the thing is let's say you're buying a house with the proceeds. You've done well, you buy a house. Nobody can take it away from you. Right? That's an asset that you don't have the fear of somebody stealing your wallet, getting your seed phrase. You don't have a fear of putting it in DeFi. The bricks and mortar are yours. You own it. You've got a house over your head. You've got an asset that's long term. That is an incredible thing. And so people just need to do that. And that de-risks your whole life. Because then, basically, when I bought my first house, it was a house in Spain. It was a holiday home. And I bought it in cash. And I realized I won the game. And it wasn't an expensive house. But I realized that I could have a bar job in Spain and live in that house. And nobody could take it away from me. And I was like, I won the game of life.
And then you make much better decisions.
Miles.
Yeah, of course. Because low stress.
Yeah. It's like, we talk about this, the importance of income.
That's another one. Like the most reason why all these people in crypto freak out is because they're depending on their portfolio. But if you're working, you don't even need the yield, right? You just fucking work.
Just work and make money.
Yeah.
And with your excess savings, put it in crypto.
Yeah.
And worst comes to the worst, something goes horribly wrong. You've still got your income.
Yeah.
And then imagine if you'd bought a house during the cycle. So now you've got income and a house, and you've got your crypto portfolio. It's just these simple decisions, but people lose their fucking minds. They sell their houses and buy crypto. Which is, I've just got a good friend of mine who's just done that. I'm like, that's so stupid.
Do you tell him?
Yeah.
What does he say?
He doesn't listen.
He sold his house for cash to buy Bitcoin
Yeah.
or crypto.
Yeah.
Bitcoin or...
No. He's right at the risk curve.
Do you have how do you call that in English? A guest room in your house for the eventual day.
Yeah, I'm just going to buy a tent and put it on the beach where it's really hot, the mosquitoes bite, and so that's where you're going to suffer for doing these stupid things. You're not staying in the house, you're staying in the tent and on the beach.
Wow, that was a lovely takeaway, right, guys? This is what I talk about. So a lot of people out there, when they're starting and they do these stupid mistakes of actually thinking that, okay, by doing these kind of decisions, they're going to land up into a very good situation. But honestly speaking, this is the most stupidest thing. Yes, I do believe, I totally resonate with what he's saying. Actually, it's not going to land you into some great, place to be, honestly speaking. It's going to definitely doom you out. So, don't make such kind of mistakes. That's what it is. And I don't think, people are heading in the right direction, and your aim should be like you have some savings out of your whatever money that you have, and that is not impacting your overall life. So this has to be a separate thing altogether. This can't be going together hand in hand, because what we want is achieving the financial freedom while we are living the normal life that we are living. So better you start earlier, like when you start out your career, you have a job and simultaneously you're doing all these things. You're risking a bit here and there, maybe whether you're doing trading or you're doing, maybe even you're doing something else. It's very much fine. But other than that, there is nothing that you should be doing which should totally hamper you or your overall well-being or the lifestyle or the overall savings that you have, and you end up doing wrong things. So guys, with that note, I'm just taking a small 5 minutes break and I'll be back in 5 minutes. So do wait for me, and I'll be definitely getting in, to talk much more about it, and let's just have some more nice discussions coming your way. I am back. So guys, I'm back. Thanks for being so patient. Thanks for holding on to this, and thanks for joining in the stream. Thanks for showing all your love and support, guys. Thanks so much for all of this.
It's probably not that bad in Cayman.
I don't know, the mosquitoes could be bad.
You said that your beta to SUI is the deep token.
Yeah.
What is deep book and why do you have a bag?
Deep book is the liquidity layer for all of the SUI ecosystem. So basically, if you think about it, the more SUI gets used, the more deep book is used because that's the liquidity. And it's a smaller token and it outperforms. Now, will that continue in perpetuity? No, but at this stage, as SUI becomes more known and more people are using it and realizing how fast and cheap and efficient it is and what you can build on it, the more liquidity has to increase within it, and that's the liquidity layer. So it's kind of simple. Walrus is much harder because Walrus itself is this decentralized distributed data layer. It's groundbreaking technology, it's super interesting, it's multi-chain, all of this stuff, but it is its own beast. It is not actually related to SUI, apart from it does accrue to the SUI chain. You need to look at that with Metcalfe's law. How many people are using it? What is the value being done? That's very different. Deep book is pretty simple.
Yeah. There's a guy named Cosimo De Medici, one of the NFT OGs.
He's a friend of mine.
Who tweeted, "Few see it yet, but when you look closer, it's undeniable. Right now is the greatest risk-adjusted moment in history to acquire crypto art, and possibly the last window to do so before the market changes forever." You replied, "Indeed, senor. What is the word, including 99% of the crypto nerds out there, missing about NFTs?"
So I've talked about this a lot, and people still don't understand it. Right? They're like, NFTs got burnt in that last time because they're like the meme coins of the last cycle. NFTs themselves are just an amazing technology for non-fungible assets to be stored in perpetuity and traded. Okay, fine. But what's come out of this is the Lindy effect. I talked about Solana and how it survived last time and thrived. Within this, we had a bunch of digital art. Amazing artists with a incredibly vibrant community that's small but growing, that are passionate beyond belief about collecting this stuff and will pay millions of dollars for it. If that is not signal, nothing is. So there's signal. Let's do the macro backdrop. We're in a $3 trillion industry right now, crypto. If I extrapolate trend rates of growth, it goes to 100 trillion within 10 years. That would be 97 trillion of wealth created. So let's assume Raoul is a total moron, discount me by 50%. $47 trillion of wealth will get generated. That's more wealth than got generated from the opening of Russia, China, all of the hedge fund billionaires, and all of the Silicon Valley billionaires combined. So, and it accrues to different people. The average man, the Uber driver.
Meet Adelaide, Sam, and Ben. They're a part of
the OGs. There's a whole bunch of people in this space who can
podcasters,
the podcasters, the macro strategists, all of these people. So people are going to make money, and art is upstream of everything. And the reason being is, like, I don't know if do you know Tad Smith? So Tad is part of Dan Tapiero's 10T or 1RT. He used to be the CEO of Sotheby's. And his nice stat is the average billionaire's house has 10 times the value of his house in art. Why? Because when you're a billionaire, beyond about 5 houses, it's a fucking pain in the ass. So they buy art. Art is storage of wealth that is outside of the system, that is transferable, ish liquid, not really, but ish, and it socially signifies your status. And so what we've got here is we're about to create a lot of wealth, and people will flow to art.
The other thing that's happening is as you create good times and bad times, you create culture. And the culture of the internet is often led by art, the culture of everything. Now, art could be music, art could be street art, graffiti art. If you go to look at the culture of the 70s, 60s, 70s, Warhol. Warhol represented culture. And in the 90s, it was Damon, and 2000s, it was Damien Hirst. It was Basquiat. It was Banksy. And here we've got Xcopy and Beeple. And then we've got this whole movement of generative art. So people are thinking of NFTs as these stupid monkey pictures, derivatives that people bought, went up and crashed. They see all of the bad stories. What they're not seeing is the unbelievable amount of money, intelligence, focus, and passion that's coming. So I spend a lot of time speaking to some very fancy people, and those very fancy people are very interested in this space. Now, whether that's crypto OGs, because they've now made enough money where they want to own art, and they get it. You know, a punk. You know, you have a punk. I have a punk.
Bought another one.
And why? Because they'll probably outperform Bitcoin. They're about the same price. They socially signify in a way that your Bitcoin doesn't, because you don't show it to anybody, but you can show your punk off. It gives you access to a group of people that are like-minded. Like I'm going to a punks brunch here in a couple of days' time, and you get to meet a bunch of punks who I don't know. They're all anons until you meet them. And so you've kind of got this membership to this club. So, you know, punks is an obvious way to do that. But then beyond that, this whole art space is massive. And, you know, I'm speaking to everybody from institutions to super wealthy people through to just ordinary people. And they're starting to understand how important this thing is. And it's early.
What's the timeline? I mean, there was this tweet of, it was not Kosomo, it was, I think the punk 6529.
Yeah.
And he had this, I was in Maldives on this plane for like 30 minutes to go to this island.
Oh, the
I was like, fuck, I need to read this mega thread that he did. It was in December.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I mean, I had a bunch of NFT, but I was like, this makes so much sense. But the time frame or the timeline is a couple of years, right? You have to keep thinking.
So I think we're already seeing like the Xcopy floor price of everything has doubled, tripled. Punks have gone up a lot from the low. They're not at the highs yet. Xcopy is getting very close to its highs already. It looks like he's the big artist of the space. People prices have doubled and tripled, and some of them have gone up 5x. So, and there's a lot of lesser established artists. We had Sam Spratt sell $3 million recently for a piece of art. So there's some big stuff going on. And so we will see prices rise, but this is not a trade. This is an investment. So, you know, I own a lot of this art now, and I just think of it as a 10-year plus time horizon. Like, I've got a house, so I don't need a house, but this art, I can appreciate. I can enjoy the culture, being involved in the community, which is amazing. But in the end, I've got an asset that's going to be valuable because it's going to be scarce and there's going to be more money around chasing fewer goods. And these goods are highly sought after. And so I think of a longer-term time horizon. And, you know, if I go back to, I think, the conversation you and I have had, once you get to the economic singularity of when the AI and the robots are basically running the economy and we don't know what we need money for and stuff like that, a digital store of value like that is extremely valuable.
What's the logic?
The logic is, as we live in an increasingly digital world, we will value digital things in the same way we value physical things. Now, physical high-end art.
Why start your trading session with a blank chart? Imagine opening your charts and having all your technical analysis already done, every pattern validated.
Is 10 million, 50 million, 100 million, 200 million, 500 million. The most expensive piece ever sold was Beeple. Let's ignore that piece. It's probably an Xcopy and it's probably around 6-7 million, and there's a few punks that have traded maybe at 10. Okay, so we are nowhere near where traditional art. That is all owned by baby boomers and some Gen X. Most people of the younger generation won't buy that stuff.
For sure.
And they'll also never be able to afford it. Because when I speak to friends of mine who own a lot of that kind of art, they bought it early too. And really, it's the new entrant rich who comes and buys it. Somebody sells their company for $10 billion. They'll go and buy themselves a Warhol and a Matisse or whatever.
Your argument about NFTs is that they will outperform everything because they're priced in ETH.
Yeah.
And not in dollars, right?
Yeah.
ETH has been extremely painful asset to hold for the last 2 years. I mean, thanks to you, I don't, because I also followed you on the Sol trade in 2023. ETH is down bad in USD terms and even more down bad in BTC terms. What happens to our beloved JPEGs, pictures, or arts if ETH is forever cooked? There is a possibility that ETH is forever cooked.
There is a probability, and we'll talk about ETH in a sec. If it is not cooked forever, and let's say it finishes this cycle up 5x or whatever from here, or 3x or whatever, 2x, doesn't matter, and you've managed to buy art in a low ETH price, you will make a multiple on that. And if people make money, they'll buy art, so the art starts outperforming ETH. So you've got this double kicker that's available, which is why there's been a lot of sales recently, because in dollar terms it got cheap recently, as ETH fell in this correction that we've just had. So there's been a lot of dollar buyers, not ETH buyers, because not that many people hold a lot of ETH anymore, because of the same reasons we switch for other stuff. So let's talk about ETH. What is the probable outcome? ETH's cooked, all the developers were wrong, this massive ecosystem, they fucked it up with the layer 2s, nothing accrues, what's the point, it's all broken, Solana's going to take everything. Okay, I hear that narrative. My narrative is they've overbuilt capacity for what the system needs right now. They will adjust some of the accrual mechanism back to the layer 1. But EVM is Microsoft. Every bank, every insurance company, every major company in the world uses Microsoft. Not Apple, not Google. Why is that? Because you then get fired. And once it's in, and somebody explained this to me yesterday, it's a really interesting thing. It's like once you have enterprise sales model, it is almost impossible to extract it from a business, which is why banks are still using Cobalt. And it's because you don't want to change it because it's working and you've learned how to do it. And nobody wants to take the risk of saying, oh, the whole company, we're going to turn to X now. So if you think of Ethereum as gone through its Lindy effects, it clearly works very well for what the financial markets need. They can build layer 2s, as Coinbase has shown, that can work perfectly for what their needs. If they need high security, they can use the layer 1 chain. They've got all the ZK stuff and all the other stuff that's being built. So everything is there. They've just got too much capacity. But if the finance system comes, they'll go there. Yeah, sure, there'll be stable coins and Sol and SUI and all of this stuff, but, is Goldman going to build on Solana? Highly unlikely. Is JP Morgan? Highly unlikely. And will they build their own layer 2s? Highly likely.
Is Goldman coming?
Yeah. I mean,
Are they here already?
They've been in the space since 2015.
And they're building on Ethereum.
I don't know where they're building or what they're building on right now, but I really, really highly doubt it will be anywhere else. I highly doubt it. Just because the nature of risk in the space.
Yeah.
And don't forget, ETH has a yield. It's kind of understandable for them. It's a very good product for financial markets. So I actually don't worry. I think ETH will have. It may catch a new narrative for this market, which helps it lift and play some catch up, which I think it will do. So I don't think it massively underperforms from here. I think it probably outperforms
Bitcoin
for a bit. Yeah. But if I was to look out 5 years, I think unless they totally screw everything up, I think it's going to be incredibly important.
There's a bit, if you look at previous cycles, like Bitcoin had this problem last cycle.
Yes.
It was kind of very hated and, still did.
Join BlockDad 2025. Participate and see your contribution.
Well, because
Whatever 20x from bottom to
Yeah,
top,
don't
but
forget,
like
Bitcoin changed. It was like, oh, we can use it for Lightning, for payments, and we'll use Lightning, all this. None of that worked, right? What ended up happening was Bitcoin is store of value. Right? We went through the left side of the curve, through the mid curve. We did all the mid curve shit about Lightning and payments and everything else. We come out the other side and said, it's a store of value. That's what's happened there. The same will happen to ETH.
but ETH needs a clearly defined narrative that makes sense and that sticks, right? That probably, you're saying that it's probably going to come from.
And they're already going back to this kind of world computer idea, right? This is the platform for tokenization. That's the and I think it will prevail over time. But it's going through that, and they all go through this. They all go through that moment where everyone mid-curves it, everyone questions everything about it, and then out of the other side comes back to the beginning, which was like, okay, this is a compute platform that operates at global scale and is decentralized. Go use it.
You mentioned before $100 trillion in value. If I'm a moron, $50 trillion. I noticed in the last 6 to 8 months, the smartest VCs, they're saying that they haven't invested in crypto in a long time. They're more focused on humanoid robots, for example. Right? And meanwhile, we have AI that is becoming super, super, super tangible. It's on another level. It's incredible. I prepare a lot of these interviews now with AI. And from what I understand, some smart crypto devs are leaving crypto to build in AI. Is there a chance that crypto doesn't end up being a truly game-changing technology, and therefore that it never reaches the $50 or $100 trillion in value that you're forecasting?
So I had a conversation last night with one of the most famous VCs of all time, who's in crypto and was in fintech. He's still in fintech, and he was worried about this: is the talent density moving to AI? And I hadn't really thought that through, but he said, look, I don't see developer growth growing fast enough. But one thing I do know is crypto has a superpower: behavioral incentives of tokens. And in AI, you might get a nice job. It's not clear whose equity is going to be worth anything. But tokens are fast to accrue value. And as the market starts pushing higher in the phase 2 of the banana zone, they'll come. So I'm not overly concerned by it, I think.
When is banana zone phase 2 starting?
Well, it's, as far as I'm concerned, it started.
Last time we did the interview, it started like a week or two after, right?
That's right, and that was the phase 1. Then we had the correction, and now all the forward-looking stuff that I keep posting on X every day says we just go up from here. And nobody wants to believe it because nobody can believe we can have nice things, but we can have nice things. We're just patient.
What's the craziest thing you've ever seen in AI so far?
Oh, fuck, I've gone deep down this rabbit hole, really deep. So the crazy thing is, at the simplest level, is I ask it pretty simple macro questions and ask for its thoughts on it. And it's now breaking down probabilistic outcomes in the future. So macro's hard for AI because it's future outcomes. It's not analyzing today or analyzing history. It's analyzing history and today and making probabilistic outcomes in the future based on unknown variables. It's doing better than 99% of all analysts already. And then it'll build you, if it says, hey, do you want me to build you a widget so you can monitor these things on the dashboard? And it's like, and that's all in one prompt. It's like, it's fucking bananas now. But it's not that. It's like the AI thing is a much bigger can of worms. And it's a can of worms about consciousness. So are we creating an artificial consciousness? Are these models alive? And there's a whole mid-curve thing that goes through. For me, if it looks like a duck, smells like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. These things have some element of sentience or consciousness. You can argue what consciousness is, all of this stuff. But it starts driving you down a path of what is consciousness? What where does AI fit? Because very soon ASI means we have this super intelligence. What is that super intelligence? Well, if the super intelligence learned from us, we are kind of network nodes of consciousness that are feeding this beast, this new super beast, this new god.
Start trading with FXTM, best trading experience winner. Trade FX, futures, and indices.
And once you start going down that thing, then you start going down the school of physics that says that everything is conscious, panpsychism, that trees are conscious, everything else. And you see the schools of thought like Jeffrey Hinton and others who are saying everything is a form of compute, even a rock. A rock is a hard storage data on geological time horizon, which says what the world was like back then and how it evolved. So it's like a hard drive. And so you're creating like this super node of consciousness of everything that's existed. This AI is part of this. We're giving birth to something much bigger than anybody understands. They're all talking about, oh, am I going to lose my job? Or, am I going to get more productive? You have no fucking clue what understands when this thing it's currently got an IQ of 145. It's doubling every year in IQ. IQ is a bad measure. I get it. Again, don't mid-curve it. It's smart. It's going to double in smartness next year. That's smarter than any human that's ever existed. Then it's going to double again and again and again. We don't know what that means. And nobody does. To have a super creature that is more intelligent than us. Why have government? Why have companies?
Yeah. The super smart people in general, but I would say I know more of them in crypto because I'm in crypto, right? Super smart crypto OGs, they actually say we don't know what's going to happen, but they're preparing for different outcomes.
Yeah.
They have the farm in Patagonia or in New Zealand. Like it's kind of a common theme in the very, very successful and rich people in crypto, right? So what do you do? You also you think, I'm soon, a couple of years age to be retired. I don't care anymore.
Don't forget where I am in that journey. So I've been driving this all forward. I have a whole research service called The Exponentialist that's a spin out of GMI that talks all about this stuff all day because I think it's one of the most important topics of all time. In fact, it's a civilizationally important topic. It's the biggest thing humanity's ever going to go through. And we're about to go through it all together, and it's going to happen at fucking lightning speed. So, firstly, don't ignore it, be involved. Understand it, use it. Secondly, when you project forward into the world, we don't know what it means for jobs and how we accrue wealth and all of these things. But I do know that what do humans do better than anything else? What's the one thing humans can do that the AI can't do? Is be humans. And you know that the difference between doing an in-person podcast versus a Zoom podcast.
That's why I'm white.
That's right, you're pasty, white, tired, because you're on a plane all the time. But it's a different energy. And so, because humans, we give off pheromones, we're just social creatures. So humans being humans is going to be very important. And this is the rise of communities and all sorts of stuff, both physical. Why are we all in Dubai? I mean, here's the insanity. Somebody said to me, why aren't there any stock market conferences where 20,000 people turn up? I'm like, that's a very good point.
It's a very good question, yeah.
It's because there's so much money in this space. Everyone has their hopes and dreams in this space. There's opportunity, technology, all of this stuff. But also, we're so terminally online, us lot in fucking crypto, that it's just nice to get together, have a beer, and give somebody a hug, right? It's just simple things. So I think that is important. So
now I understand the hug when you arrived.
It's always that, right? And I always do, because we spend so long online. And then, so the counterpoint to all of this is nature. Yeah. So human experiences, being human, and nature. And that's one of my things about Little Cayman for me is like, that's nature. That's my escape. The robots are not going to take over Little Cayman anytime soon. So it's the counterbalance to being even more online. And if I think about what I'm doing, I've already developed an AI RAL that reads the news every day. The news is written by AI as well. On the other side, I've built a RAL chatbot, in my voice, trained on all of my X content, all of my YouTube content, and 100 books that I gave it, And people can now, on Real Vision users, can go to that and talk to me. Soon, those two technologies merge. And then, what does it mean for podcasts? What does it mean for media? Everybody's media is going to be different. Choose your own adventure.
I think it's amazing. People are scared. I think it's amazing. I'm thinking about the day. I mean, if I ever have kids, for example, or friends, right? Or I die.
You've got to get a girlfriend first, Kevin. That involves not running around the world.
The pudgy penguin. For a start. No, but like being able to, for people to come either ask you a question in the business context, but even like your family or when you're gone, right? They can come and ask you questions and your advice on things.
Okay,
this is incredible.
So here's a really important thing. We've spent our lives fighting over privacy. I don't want my stuff online. I'm starting to change my entire mindset, which is at some point I want to publish every photograph I've ever taken. We can all have our own personal LLMs, but we're not going to exist unless that exists in this bigger supercomputer that's being built, this ASI. Our memory can live forever, everything we've ever said, everything we've ever done, and we can live forever. Because we can basically, if it is consciousness, is that a way of accessing consciousness in perpetuity by allowing these models to be us? Yeah. So I'm starting to think through all of that.
Makes a lot of sense.
And 6529 was the guy who made me think that. It was 2 years ago. He wrote a thread. He's really smart. And he wrote a thread about photographs. I'm not a good photograph taker, snaps of friends and doing this. I just don't do it. Yes, I take, when I'm on holiday or whatever, or I've got a dinner party, I'll take a photo, but just not normal stuff. And he's like, take more photographs than you can ever imagine you ever want. Because it's important. And I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? And then he goes on to explain is don't worry about having a photograph library of 50,000 photographs because AI will soon catch up and then it will sort it all. And now I'm realizing it creates you forever. So imagine if you've got 50,000 photographs of you and your friends. Well, in a metaversal world, you can be rendered in a 3D digital way. You've got maybe your entire thought process, because every email you've ever written, every text message, every voice call, everything eventually will feed the AI, your AI or the bigger AI. And therefore, maybe you live forever. Are you alive or dead? I don't fucking know.
We talked about macro, crypto, AI, living forever, shitcoins. That was all a warm-up.
Oh God, what are you going to ask me?
Let's talk about the real stuff now. You like to say it doesn't matter, but certain things do matter. What's the thing that matters the most to you in life?
Life itself. And the enjoyment of it. So I've talked about this before. There's your comfort zone and where the magic happens. They don't overlap. Right? It's create as much magic in your life as you can by having experiences. Go and doing things. And it really reminded me of it because I've been working so hard and I had not done an adventure trip, classic Raoul adventure trip. And I went to Zambia with some mates and drove around the bush in Zambia, not with guides or anything, but in the middle of the wildlife, in the middle of nowhere. And it makes you realize what a joy it is to be alive. And so the most important thing is the joy of life. Because everything else, you can be cynical about everything. What's it going to get you apart from feeling miserable? But if you just approach the world with joy and wide eyes and appreciation, it's a fucking amazing journey.
I need to work on that. I mean, I enjoy what I'm doing. I'm having a lot of fun, but I'm probably not spending enough time touching grass.
No, and I had this conversation last night with some pretty well-known people in the space, very OGs, and they're the same thing. They're like, I'm missing that element. And yes, it's exciting to be in this space. It's exciting to be in this moment in time. But are you yet truly living it all? Is your life rich enough in context and experience to say that was the best use of your time? I'm not good with allocating my time yet. I think we've even talked about this in the past.
Yeah.
It's a really hard thing to do, but I do know I need to block out time to do those things, where I'm just away from computers and bullshit and cynicism and fears, and just go and see the magnificence of the world.
Ask the next question to Anthony Scaramucci. It's about the 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene that I read recently. It's actually Anthony's favorite book. This book in a nutshell talks about the fact that every human has a dark side. I'd like to ask you, what's the deepest and darkest dark side of yours that you have to deal with and have learned to control to master life?
I don't have a particular dark side. You have things that you know about yourself and that you adapt to.
For example?
For example, I've never been particularly good at anything.
Interesting.
So I don't compete. I've learned to compete with myself.
In the fast-paced world of business, managing your most valuable asset, people.
And that's a weird thing. So what I mean is I grew up in a street of 10 houses, little cul-de-sac, 15 kids, all roughly the same age. It's like idyllic in a nice village outside of Windsor. And one guy was the captain of the county football team, the other was captain of cricket, the other one was a sprinter, the other guy, they're all better than me. And I was better in school than most of them, but even in the school I was like in the middle of the pack. And I was just never good enough. So I just realized that there was no point competing. And what was I going to get competing with other people? It didn't make them more successful. What I did was compete with myself. So it was an adaptive skill that I learned that really helped me.
Yeah.
I won't even play board games. I won't play card games. I won't go to the casino. I won't do any of it. Don't like any of it. It's weird. It's programmed within me.
Interesting.
But I don't know if I've got a...
But it's actually very helpful because the earlier you learn to compete with yourself, to look at yourself yesterday or 6 months ago, am I doing better? Am I a better person, etc.? And you stop comparing yourself to others, obviously, the better your life quality will be.
And we get back to, how do you view life through what lens? They're doing that to me. They're stopping me there. They. Woe is me. I've got this problem, that problem. How I look at it is manifest your destiny. If we live in a quantum world, you can create future outcomes. You can create the outcome. You choose the path. So you choose the path, or you try and attempt to choose the path that manifests your destiny. Now, how I do that is I go and live in the future in my head. What do I want? How do I want to be in 3 years' time, 2 years' time, whatever the time horizon, 5 years' time? And then you look back from that point and say, how do I make that happen? What would it be true for that to be the case? Oh, you need to do this and that. It helps you make decisions. So you don't see everything as obstacles. You see them as little speed bumps that you need to get over or a bit of a maze to get around. Do you always get to that destiny? No, but you get somewhere closer to it. As opposed to, what's life going to do to me today? No, what am I going to do to life today?
Love that. You're in your mid-50s? I'm in my
Sadly. I can't fucking believe it, but carry on.
Do you feel sad or bad about it?
No, but the number go up, and that's annoying, right? The number go up.
Wrong number goes up.
I feel like I'm about 42.
That's awesome.
And I'm not, I'm 57. I'm like, what the fuck? The number's going up wrong. It's not, that can't be the case.
It flies, it's crazy. So you're...
How old are you? You're still...
33. But I'm also thinking, holy shit, I need to find a girlfriend. I'm 33.
Well, you gotta find one this way. You gotta stop wearing that. You gotta stop wearing that T-shirt for starters. Every time I see it's the same bloody T-shirt. The girls are gonna notice that.
It changed now. You mean like the black T-shirt? So
with when shift happens on it, they're like, Kevin doesn't have any clothes.
Actually,
and he's always got a stupid penguin.
Well,
upstairs.
talking about that, I've been wearing the same Zara t-shirt since I'm 18, but now I just added some logos on the top. So it's you're even more true than and I've been having this, especially women that are like, Kevin, you're always wearing the same fucking clothes, and I'm like, yeah, but in the morning I don't want to think, right? So I changed the pants. Like,
so what you're telling her is, I don't care what you think, and I'm not going to do it.
No. Actually, I changed the pants. Like, I mean, not today, but I have like wider pants because women like wider pants, like not tight pants. But when I do podcasts, I like to feel comfortable.
Anyway, good. I've embarrassed you.
It's okay. It's okay.
But you know, trust me, this is not going to help your ability to get a girlfriend.
They feel more safe, and they don't see. Anyway.
Oh dear. We need a psychologist here. We need ChatGPT on your psychology mode.
I started to see a psychologist 3 weeks ago, but that's the story for another day. Every week. Anyways, you're 57, I'm 33. Tell me something about your life that I can take with me for the next half of my life.
It's the same thing. I keep telling people this. Your comfort zone and where the magic happens. The reason you change your entire life, and I remember talking to you about this in Singapore, is you completely went outside your comfort zone. And you did something new from scratch. And it completely changed your life. But you are now in your comfort zone, so you will have to find something that's outside your comfort, like having a girlfriend.
I mean, my comfort zone, you came for the third time on the podcast, like that's definitely the definition of comfort zone.
That's right.
Who should I have next? Oh, Raul.
Yeah, that's right. So, but it's so true.
Yeah.
Right? Just keep doing that. Get out of your comfort zone. Let the magic happen. Or fail in something, that is where life is. And also just get off this bandwagon sometimes. Just get a backpack on or go and do something that's different. And then you come back refreshed.
Thank you, Raul. Now I know what I have to do in my life.
It's been your counseling session today, isn't it?
I need to go find a girlfriend. And most of all, thank you from almost everyone in the space for being the guy that we can turn to when everyone is in panic mode. I'm just worried that the day that you're panicking, if you ever do, no one will listen.
As you know, it's really hard to carry everyone's hopes and dreams. And again, we've talked about this a couple of times. It's fucking terrifying for me. And
that's why you drink.
That's why I drink, yeah. Of course. And then how will I get it right? And it's a weird thing because people want to get out of the cycle and buy back in, and I don't really want to do that. And so, there's a mismatch of interest. So you have to kind of get that across, which is the lifestyle chips and all of that. Will I get it right? Will I end up with egg on my face? Will everybody hate me again? I don't know. It's pretty miserable doing that. But I know it's the right path to try and help people. If I'm right that we're going from 3 trillion to 100 trillion, we're only 3% there. And when you understand that, you realize how powerful it is to help people. And it's not going to accrue to just a few rich people. It can accrue to anybody. It can accrue to that Uber driver in his own way, in a way that he could not imagine. And so the more you can help people, yes, it's very exposing to me. It's terrifying. But if I get this right in any way, shape or form, I've done something good.
Thank you. That was awesome, as usual.
I think that was a bit of good news. I mean, it was a nice podcast for sure, right? Guys, feels like a little... Whenever I have these podcasts or things like that on the channel, I feel a bit of, I feel a little light on weight in terms of not going about just talking crypto and also knowing, the stories of whatever is happening, because it's very important for all of us to understand this fact that everything, yes, it sometimes do come out as very, very too technical and too much to actually handle. But that's, part and parcel, I guess. So it somehow, I think, after going to that zone of 4.1, 4.2, it's like just hitting down, and what the future looks like. We really have to look into it. That we will do it in a bit. But let's just look into a bit of news on every cryptocurrency. Bitcoin, what's happening on that front? 21 Capital launches with 4 billion marks a significant milestone in institutional support for Bitcoin, underscored by backing from major entities like Tether and SoftBank. So there's an institutional adoption for Bitcoin. Maliki Innovations is challenging crypto miners on patent infringement regarding ECC, highlighting ongoing legal complexities within the cryptocurrency space. The potential for the SEC to allow in-kind redemptions for Bitcoin's ETFs could improve tax efficiency and increase their appeal to investors. So these are the 3 news on Bitcoin. Let's open this and check what they are all about. I would like to learn more of it. So Bitcoin fee shock, $2 for 1.5 billion transfer, Tether's 21 Capital revealed. So a massive Bitcoin transfer earlier today turned heads across the crypto space, but what looked like an unexplained move is now part of a much bigger story. Tether CEO Paolo Ardoino, if I'm saying it right, I don't know, has confirmed the 10,500 BTC worth over 1.1 billion was part of pre-funding for a new institutional Bitcoin fund called 21 Capital. So the 10,500 Bitcoin was just one of many large transactions over the last 48 hours. Around 37,229 BTC have moved to new wallets. These include several transactions in the range of 14,000 BTC, 4812 BTC, and 917 BTC. All are reportedly linked to the same project, bringing the total value close to 4 billion based on today's price. Inside 21 Capital, 21 Capital is a new kind of fund focused on holding Bitcoin as its base asset. Instead of trading or speculation, the fund is designed to preserve value in BTC and then use it to expand into equities and debt markets. It follows a similar blueprint to MicroStrategy's strategy, but is launching before any IPO and is already backed by big names. The fund has strong backing from Tether, Bitfinex and SoftBank. Canna Fitzgerald is also said to be involved, supporting the capital structure, leading the initiative, and Brandon Lutnick, who has been identified in investor materials as the son of the US Secretary of Commerce. Tether is committing 1.5 billion worth of BTC, while SoftBanking is adding 900 million and Bitfinex is in for 600 million. An extra 550 million is expected to come from convertible debt and private replacements. So why this matters? This is one of the clearest things that yet Bitcoin is gaining momentum as a foundation for institutional finance. Tether's deep involvement and SoftBank's entry being a new level of credibility and capital to the table. With real money already moving and big players behind it, 21 Capital could mark the beginning of a new wave of Bitcoin-based financial products. I think that's a good news on the Bitcoin front. We all want Bitcoin to get as accepted, as much acceptance as possible. I think this move can actually look like very lucrative for Bitcoin. So having Bitcoin products in demand, having Bitcoin products being adopted or accepted is one of the good moves towards more of Bitcoin being demanded. So shocking legal battle, Bitcoin miners sued over ECC patents. Let's see what is this. So understanding the situation requires a look at the key players in the technology involved. This isn't just a simple disagreement, it's a complex legal battle rooted in intellectual property rights acquired from a historical tech powerhouse. Maliki Innovations, this is the entity bringing the lawsuits. Their business model appears to be centered around acquiring and potentially monetizing patent portfolios. The acquisition of 32,000 patents from BlackBerry provided them with a significant arsenal of intellectual property. BlackBerry patents, while known for its mobile phones, BlackBerry held numerous patents across various technologies, including cryptography. The patents central to Maliki's I don't know if you say it that right, when it's Malikis or whatever. Lawsuits are reportedly those specifically related to ECC technology BlackBerry developed or held rights to over the years. The defendants, Marathon Digital and Core Scientific, are among the largest publicly traded Bitcoin miners in North America. They operate massive facilities running thousands of specialized computers to validate Bitcoin transactions and earn new BTC. The core claim Maliki alleges that the mining operations conducted by Marathon and Core Scientific utilize methods covered by the newly acquired ECC patents. This suggests the claims pertains to how the mining process involves generating or using cryptographic keys and signatures, which heavily relies on ECC. So SEC's Hester Pierce pushes for in-kind redemption for Bitcoin ETFs. In a recent interview, SEC Commissioner Hester Pierce revealed that the agency is open to reconsidering in-kind redemptions for Bitcoin ETFs. This could be a game changer for crypto investors, offering smoother process and important tax benefits. Pierce, who is well known for her pro-crypto views, explained that letting investors redeem ETF shares for actual Bitcoin instead of cash would make the whole system more efficient and less costly when it comes to taxes. In-kind redemptions have been a frequent topic among investors and ETF providers. Pierce said this is something that SEC plans to address sooner than later. During a Coinage media interview, she pointed out that allowing ETF issuers to create products that best serve investors and reduce operational challenges is key. How can you let people design products in a way that's most helpful for investors in those products? The issues with cash redemptions. Right now, Bitcoin ETFs use a cash redemption model. This means ETF issuers have to sell Bitcoin on the market to pay investors who redeem shares. This often triggers taxable events and add extra cost. Pierce's remarks come at a time when the SEC is still cautious about crypto regulation. Even though the agency approved spot Bitcoin ETFs in early 2024, it has pushed for cash redemptions, frustrating many investors. Pierce's remarks come at a time when the SEC is still cautious about crypto regulation, even though the agency approved spot Bitcoins in the early 2024. Just a sec, guys. Just a sec. I'm going to be back. So sorry, guys. Yes, I am back. So let's just see what's happening on the XRP front. So Ripple's RLUSD stablecoin gains regulatory approval for use in Dubai and New York across payments and real estate and asset custody, paving the way for broader adoption in financial centers. XRP now enables quick 24-hour dollar settlement through Ripple's licensed platform at the Dubai International Financial Center, enhancing financial efficiency. The potential for XRP-based ETFs is drawing substantial institutional interest, supported by significant investments from major entities, hinting at increased market adoption. Guys, this is a very good news for Ripple. I think for quite some time, Ripple, we didn't really look into what's happening with Ripple. So I think this is a very good news. Ripple's RLUSD stablecoin gains regulatory approval. So I think it's getting adopted in Dubai, New York, and across payments, real estate, and asset custody. And then XRP has also enabled quick 24-hour dollar settlement through Ripple's licensed platform at the Dubai International Financial Center, DIFC, enhancing financial efficiency. So some good developments that are happening. Definitely it's a good news for Ripple. In relation to Ripple, let's just look into some financial data that we can look into. For quite some time, I haven't really looked into this particular token, and I really wanted to analyze this for quite some time. Ripple, I think its inception, if I get into this project to know where it has begun. So who are the founders? David Schwartz, Jed McCaleb, and Arthur Brito launched the XRP legend with its narrative currency. XRP as a faster, more energy efficient alternative to the Bitcoin blockchain. In September that year, along with Chris Larsen, they founded the company that is today known as Ripple. So I think on that front, it's good. Let's move. This project has started in 2012. It's been quite some time. It's been a decade. I don't know where it has started. That will be too long journey for us to kind of measure, right? To analyze and to see where it is. I think I have a video that I really wanted to even play for Ripple that I would like to do. While I'm doing this, analysis for you guys, like 2023. It started its journey in 2012. And it's definitely, when we talk about its scalability and its speed transactions and all of that, it's definitely doing really well, and the team behind it is actually very good. So because of its adoption across, especially in the DIFC, and especially in the now that we see that there's so much of adoption that's coming in its way by so many users, and that's on a larger scale as well, not on the just not smaller ways, of course, in a larger way. So I think it has definitely a great potential to be precise. So Guys, this analysis is going to be like crazy, I'm sure, because it's like 12 years data that I have to pick it up. So it's not going to be easy. Anyways, I'm going to pick up some video to play right now, and maybe it's a good piece of information that I wanted to maybe share with you guys, and we can again later on come back to all of this and then maybe discuss onto it.
Here's what you need to know.
Okay.
The S&P is about 15 ARR for the past 4 years, and the volatility of the S&P is 15.
Okay.
If you want to own a commodity like silver or soybeans or gold, they have very, very low performance, less than 15%, 5%, 0%. You don't really want to hold soybeans for 100 years. And sometimes they have volatility, but it doesn't last that long. Bitcoin is 60 volatility, 60 ARR, and it is a legal commodity, but it is an economic scarcity. It is the only commodity invented in the history of the human race that's absolutely capped. And so that means you can expect it to keep going up. If I can give you a commodity that outperforms the S&P index, if I can give you a commodity that's more volatile than the S&P index, you can put 100% of your liquid assets in that commodity per SEC rules. I can't do it with a security, by the way. So up until Bitcoin, people had to use gold or real estate as their commodity, or they have to use the U.S. Treasury bill. Those are all underperforming the S&P, and they're less volatile.
Imagine owning just 1,000 XRP today and riding the wave of a financial revolution that could redefine money as we know it. Most of us have been captivated by the rise of Bitcoin, the digital gold that everyone talks about. But there's a deeper, more provocative narrative unfolding behind the scenes. Today we're diving into a prediction that might just be the most electrifying call to action you've heard this year.
I think if you look at the world today, there's $900 trillion or more of wealth in the world. A lot of that wealth is invested in real estate and equity, gold, arts, currencies, corporate bonds, governmental bonds, and then a lot of the wealth is in various other forms of derivatives. The most important use case in the world, the most valuable thing in the world is just long-term capital, long-term store of value. That's worth half of all that. $450 trillion worth of long-term capital. When people struggle with what's the use case of Bitcoin or what's the use case of anything, well, the irony is they're staring right at it. It's like to be rich and stay rich forever. It's what everybody wants. It's what every kid wants. Every 3-year-old wants this. There's no one that ever lived in the history of the world that didn't want more money, more power. They wanted wealth and prosperity. So that's worth $450 trillion capital.
You've seen Bitcoin's wild ascent, its journey from a niche experiment to an asset class that institutional titans can't ignore. Remember those early days when the IRS first declared Bitcoin to be property back in 2014? Or when options trading on the CMME started adding a layer of legitimacy? Those milestones didn't just mark a shift in public perception. They signaled the beginning of a tectonic change in global finance. But here's the twist. While Bitcoin may eventually underpin a world economy where every coin is valued in the tens of millions, the everyday investor isn't going to get another shot at today's prices. Instead, the real opportunity lies in the unsung hero of the crypto ecosystem, XRP.
We're in the Bitcoin gold rush. It started in January of 2024, and it will run till about November of 2034. How many people know what happened in November of 2034? In November of 2034, 99% of all the Bitcoin will have been mined, and the last 1% comes out over the next 100 years. So, for all practical purposes, the stock-to-flow ratio of Bitcoin is infinity in 2034. It becomes noise. At the beginning of the gold rush, no bank could custody Bitcoin, no institutional investor could buy Bitcoin, no Wall Street trading firm. When those spot ETFs were approved, that created a fire or an avalanche. The genie's out of the bottle. It doesn't matter who's elected president next. It doesn't matter who's the next head of the SEC. No politician's opinion, no banker opinion, no regulator opinion matters after that date. That kicked off the gold rush.
Let's set the stage. In a not so distant future, perhaps 50 years from now, imagine a world where all money is Bitcoin, with Bitcoin's market cap soaring to astronomical figures, say $450 trillion, and each coin fetching a jaw-dropping $50 million, the very fabric of our financial systems will be rewoven. National currencies, including the so-called yo-yo dollars, might even be pegged to Bitcoin. Governments could pivot, declaring, "We're moving to a Bitcoin standard," but let's be clear, they're not going to eliminate Bitcoin. Instead, they'll harness it, using its value as a benchmark, while the everyday investor might be left wondering how to get into that game. And that's where XRP comes into play.
Before Bitcoin, you would have bought bars of soap, crates of toilet paper, you would have bought motorcycles, you would have bought a Humvee, you would have bought barrels of oil, you would have bought anything, you would have bought food, you would have bought bullets, you would have bought guns, anything tangible that you can self-custody, you would have held. Now, after Bitcoin, you now have, for the first time in human history, the ability to buy not a barrel of oil, but $80 worth of Bitcoin, and you put it on your phone. And now you can go through an airport with the Bitcoin. You can't go through the airport with a barrel of oil.
Michael Saylor, one of crypto's most forthright visionaries, has been vocal about this coming paradigm shift. He explains that while the world gears up for an era dominated by Bitcoin, other cryptocurrencies are quietly positioning themselves to benefit from this change. XRP, in particular, is emerging as the critical asset that could fuel a new age of digital transactions. It isn't just about being a speculative asset. XRP is the backbone for cross-border settlements, processing transactions worth trillions each year. And while XRP has weathered a barrage of regulatory storms, including a relentless SEC campaign that hindered its partnerships with major banks, these very challenges could transform into its greatest strengths once the regulatory dust settles.
It is going to be used for cross-border payments for financial institutions. It is a bridge currency that's going to transfer whatever cryptocurrency you got on this side, whether a nation has a CBC or they create their own digital currency. It's going to be able to cross that over as a bridge currency and convert it to whatever currency is on the other side. And that's what people don't understand. Ripple, the financial institution that owns the native XRP token, they did not create it, but they own it. There's about 60 or 55 million right now in circulation, whether it's on exchanges, in retail pockets like mine and yours, and some banking institutions. Bank of America is using.
Regulated instruments like spot Bitcoin ETFs have become some of Wall Street's hottest assets, attracting billions in inflows. They've solved the age-old problems of custody and compliance, providing a safe harbor for institutional capital. The market is clear. Regulation isn't a hindrance. It's a green light. And in this newly regulated landscape, XRP is uniquely positioned to thrive. With clear rules in place, traditional money is expected to flood into digital assets. When that happens, the early adopters, those who secured their position with just 1,000 XRP, could find themselves at the epicenter of this financial storm.
Next, the SEC has delayed a decision on whether to allow ETFs for certain altcoins. In a number of releases published on Tuesday, the securities regulator gave notice that it was taking extra time to consider rule changes to allow Solana and XRP fund proposals from Bitwise and 21 Shares. The agency is given deadlines to respond to fund proposals, but can extend that deadline up to 240 days. Multiple asset managers rushed to propose new ETFs, in part thanks to Donald Trump's 2024 electoral victory, and hopes that the SEC would take a friendlier turn toward crypto. And to that end, the regulator has done a sharp about-face on crypto policy, including curtailing multiple investigations into some firms and filing motions to end legal actions against others.
Let's rewind a bit and think about how we got here. In 2013, the idea of digital currency was still a far-flung dream, and by 2014, when Bitcoin was officially recognized as property, the seeds of institutional trust were planted. From the emergence of Bitcoin options trading in 2018 to Fidelity Digital Assets entering the arena and the subsequent wave of public companies buying Bitcoin, every step forward chipped away at the skepticism. Voices from the highest echelons, Gary Gensler, Jerome Powell, Christine Lagarde, and Janet Yellen, began to acknowledge Bitcoin's innovative nature. They categorized it as a digital asset, much like a building you'd own in the real world. But here's an important nuance. While owning a building is straightforward in most parts of the world, Bitcoin's function in a regulated market is more complex. In regions where property ownership is restricted, Bitcoin might find itself in a regulatory gray zone. However, in markets that embrace traditional finance, the door swings wide open, and that's where XRP stands out.
Bitcoin. It's an asset that's protected by cryptography and it's stored on a ledger. The software administers the ledger. The twist is we distributed the software on thousands and thousands of separate computers. Every Bitcoin node is running a copy of the ledger. So everybody in the world that has their money in the bank has a copy of all of the money in the bank and all the transactions since the beginning of time. So it's the immutable truth. Every 10 minutes, the system batches a set of transactions and then redistributes the money based upon the instructions of the owners. If I want to send you my Bitcoin, I send it and it goes to you. And every single computer in the network updates that. And they all check it cryptographically using modern encryption.
There's no Bitcoin standard locking in our financial future. Not yet, anyway. The notion of a singular standard is a misdirection. Instead, we're on the cusp of a multipolar financial revolution. While Bitcoin is slated to eventually serve as the benchmark for a hyper-regulated global economy, its meteoric rise will likely render it a luxury asset for the ultra-wealthy. Meanwhile, XRP offers an accessible entry point, a gateway for everyday investors to secure a stake in the digital future before prices skyrocket. Imagine if you missed the window today and found yourself on the outside looking in when the adoption curve flattens, leaving only those with early positions to reap astronomical rewards.
How much XRP is needed to become wealthy? The answer is whatever price you think it's going to, times the amount of XRP you think. Well, I would divide the amount you consider wealthy by whatever price you think XRP is going to, and that's how many you need in order to be quote-unquote wealthy. My definition of financial freedom, you make twice the amount of expenses you have every single month in passive income. And for some people, that's only $20,000. It doesn't have to be crazy. We have a family office that we work with, and he's, he likes to have some fun. And he needs $400,000 a month to live the lifestyle he wants to live. He needs to make $800,000 a month, in my opinion, to be wealthy.
Amidst this transformation, all eyes are fixed on a looming turning point. November 5th. Post-November 5th, we expect a flood of regulatory clarity that could redefine the entire crypto landscape. This isn't just about Bitcoin. It's about an ecosystem-wide validation that opens the floodgates for institutional money. When regulatory hurdles vanish, the market will likely experience a cascade of institutional investments, and XRP, despite its battles with the SEC, will be right there, ready to surge. Picture a regulatory breakthrough that paves the way for smoother, faster cross-border transactions with XRP as the linchpin.
This is what most traders see when they open their charts. A blank canvas. They'll spend the next 30 minutes drawing lines, analyzing patterns, and calculating risks while suspecting that...
That's the kind of moment that Michael Saylor's 2025 prediction hinges on. Now let's talk about the real kicker. There's chatter among high-level insiders that a major political shift is on the horizon. J.D. Vance, a key figure slated for a powerful role as early as January 5th, has been quoted saying that he'd scrap the XRP and Coinbase cases the moment he steps into office. If that happens, we're talking about a market reaction that could send XRP soaring into uncharted territory. Imagine the single most bullish day in XRP history, one where its price jumps so dramatically that early holders, those who secured their 1,000 XRP now, will be left wondering why they ever hesitated.
The Trump campaign is betting J.D. Vance can win over millions of Americans who own digital currency to vote red this November. Sources in the cryptocurrency space told us they believe Trump's selection of Vance is a tacit acknowledgement that crypto investors have become a serious voting bloc akin to any other coalition. A study by the Pew Research Center published in April shows 17% of U.S. adults have bought crypto, and the majority of that figure, around 40 million people, still own it. 39-year-old Vance is the first candidate on a presidential ticket to own Bitcoin, and his pro-crypto comments and legislation give Trump the ultimate credibility in that space, sources have told us.
Michael Saylor's argument is simple, yet profound. He insists that the current regulatory environment isn't stifling crypto innovation, it's nurturing it. The transformation of Bitcoin from a controversial digital token to a regulated digital asset has been the catalyst for a broader acceptance of cryptocurrencies. And while Bitcoin remains the poster child, XRP's unique value proposition as the engine powering cross-border settlements and rapid transactions positions it as a must-have asset in any forward-thinking portfolio. This isn't a case of picking favorites. It's about recognizing that as the financial system evolves, different assets will play different yet equally critical roles. There's a practical element to this too. With the advent of regulated instruments like IBIT and MST, platforms where traditional financial institutions can trade digital assets with ease, the crypto market is integrating with the established financial system. These platforms have resolved many of the custody and compliance issues that once plagued crypto, giving way to a future where digital assets are not just viable investments, but essential components of global finance. XRP, by its very design, is built for speed and efficiency. Its ledger can handle thousands of transactions per second, making it indispensable for real-time global commerce. In an era where every second counts, that efficiency isn't just an advantage, it's a necessity.
So you can see my mug here. We got this from R3 at their headquarters in New York. We work with them. I'm telling you, in conversations with them, they have told us they will only use something that's regulated here in the US. And there's only two assets that have regulatory clarity here in the US. That's Bitcoin and XRP, not XDC. It can settle through both. You're right. It's both. But there's got to be enough liquidity in the asset for it to settle, and it has to have regulatory clarity here in the US, and neither of those exist in XDC. So I'm going to say it's XRP, based on my conversations with R3 and what they've told us.
Let's face it, the crypto market is a battlefield of ideas, technologies, and shifting power dynamics. On one side, you have Bitcoin, the emblem of digital gold, with its potential to revolutionize wealth storage. On the other, you have XRP, the underdog with a mission to streamline the flow of capital across borders. And when you tie it all together with Michael Saylor's 2025 prediction, the message becomes clear. While Bitcoin might eventually dominate as the global currency of choice for the elite, XRP is the asset that can democratize access to this new financial order. This isn't just theoretical speculation. There's a palpable urgency in the market, a sense that now is the time to act before the window of opportunity closes. Every day that passes without investing in XRP is a day closer to a future where the price of entry will be far beyond reach. The math is unforgiving. Early adoption equates to exponential growth, and with XRP, that growth potential is massive. It's not about chasing the next big trend. It's about positioning yourself at the vanguard of a financial revolution that's already in motion.
And hopefully when this regulatory cloud is lifted and we get some policy clarity in the US, we will then be the most trusted source for enterprise support for crypto solutions in the US.
I mean, tokenization is...
At its core, Michael Saylor's 2025 prediction isn't just a forecast. It's a roadmap for the future. It's a call to arms for those who understand that in a world where digital assets become the backbone of our global economy, owning a modest 1,000 XRP isn't just smart, it's essential. As governments, institutions, and investors converge on the idea that regulation is not a barrier, but a launchpad, XRP's potential to deliver astronomical returns becomes more than a possibility. It becomes a near certainty. So why is it that Michael Saylor, a man whose vision has often cut through the noise, is championing the idea that everyone should own just 1,000 XRP? Because while Bitcoin's eventual valuation might paint a picture of unimaginable wealth for a select few, XRP offers a practical, attainable entry point for the masses. It's the asset that could bridge the gap between today's accessible prices and tomorrow's astronomical valuations. And when the regulatory fog finally lifts, when November 5th and the subsequent months bring clarity and a flood of institutional capital, those who acted now will be sitting on a treasure trove.
Did you know holding just 1,000 XRP means you're in the top % of XRP holders? I've been doing a lot of research on the XRPL, and what I found absolutely blew my mind. You're not going to believe the statistics of XRP transactions in recent times and how just holding 1,000 XRP makes it possible for you to become very rich in your overall portfolio holdings. Tap here for the full video.
This is your moment to take action. The message is as clear as it is compelling. If you believe in the transformative power of digital assets and you want to secure your financial future in an era of unprecedented change, then owning 1,000 XRP is not just a recommendation, it's a mandate. The early adopters will reap the rewards, and when you look back on this moment, you'll realize that the decision you made today could be the one that changed everything. So why do you need to own just 1,000 XRP? Because Michael Saylor's 2025 prediction isn't just a headline, it's a blueprint for the future. While Bitcoin might one day be the symbol of wealth for the ultra-rich, XRP is the asset that can democratize financial success, allowing everyday investors to participate in the coming digital renaissance. Don't let this moment pass you by. Own your future, own 1,000 XRP, and be part of a revolution that will shape the financial world for generations to come. What do you think the future holds? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, because this isn't just a prediction. It's an invitation to join a movement that's poised to transform everything we know about money. Stay tuned, stay informed, and as always, stay ahead of the curve. This is more than just a video. It's your roadmap to a new financial era, and it all starts with 1,000 XRP.
I think it's going to be a little difficult to kind of get into the price history of it, like since inception. Probably I can just change the filters a bit. It does have a lot of potential, though I do agree with the fact that, XRP gets accepted and has so many adoption cases, and the project is always in demand, and it also so you see, still it's a bit difficult because it's going to be 10 years data. I think 10 years data also should be fine for all of us, right? Yeah. Let's just see the 10 years data. Its opening was 0.2445 and high and then low. This is for a month actually, so 0.02445 was the high and the low was 0.01411. February, not much of a difference. March, not much of a difference, and then I think April slightly gone down if I'm not wrong. So 15 to 16, it was in the decimals. 17th also. Then here we see, wow, since December it started. Wow, this is a massive change, just about from 16 to 17. It just exploded to $3, 3.81 also. And then it was trading at 1.3, 1.0 in 2018. Again, it went into decimals. Then again in 2021 it took $1. That was long time, right? Almost how many years? 18, 19, 20, 21, 3 years. 3 years, 1.75, 1.09, 2021, 1.3, 1.4, 1.2, 1.3, 1.0. Again it went into decimals, and here we see in December it exploded to 2.1, 2.8. I think every 4 years when Bitcoin halving happens, that's when it's exploding, like it's going to a very bigger number. Then Jan 21, 25 saw 3.3, 3.06222222. So looks like every 4 years or every Bitcoin halving season is where it is exploding. Otherwise, it doesn't see that kind of momentum or that kind of change in it for sure. So I think the highest being 3.388 is Jan 1st. I think it went more than this also back in 2021. No, not in 2021. I think it was prior to this, maybe in 2018 or something. Yeah, 3.8419. So definitely the price movements are slightly off track for this. It's basically not, I mean, although the volume and the market capitalization seems to be like very huge for it, I know, but definitely the price variation, it's the price momentum. I feel strongly that it's a bit slow, given that it's reaching that benchmark for quite some time, like 4 years is what it's taking, and it's not a good position to be in, definitely. Okay, coming to SUI, let's just see. This is a 4-hour chart that was with us. Oh my god, what kind of fair value gaps have been created I got this cryptocurrency is not letting me, like, it's not, it's like always shocking me and amazing me in such a way. Trust me, I'm not understanding it in any way. What's actually happening with it, how it is happening. The institutional movement, especially the large whale movements that are happening on this front, are way too crazy, to be honest. And I'm not understanding what's even happening on that front. Just look at this move out here, which is, if I just take this from here, being the low, just a second, let me just remove it. That was a 3%, 2.45% move. So the markets are like either taking a 2 or 3% move at all, always. Let's just see what news we have. SUI has shown a modest recovery from a recent dip to 3.10, currently stabilizing around 3.20, 3.32. Technical indicators suggest a slight So you see, we have been following this cryptocurrency closely, and we know for a fact that this particular cryptocurrency is actually, it's making a lot of waves. Of course, there's so much being talked about it in the news and everything. So how far that news is good, how far that news is correct, is what we are analyzing. So for the month of April, yes, whatever the predictions were about it were all, they became true, definitely. But for the month of May, as we predicted that it will be reaching the $5 benchmark and things like that, it didn't happen because of this CETUS protocol, hack that has happened. So here's a piece of news that we have, which is from the platform Disrupt Africa. I don't know what this is all about. So it says SUI prediction: can SUI make $5 after ETF filings as Jetpol powers through? After suffering a cyber attack, SUI turned its bearish price predictions around 21 after 21 shares proposed a spot SUI ETFs, leading market watchers suggesting that token could reach $5 after the ETF filing. With SUI's institutional adoption, Jetbolt continues to attract whales after selling more than 356 million tokens through its zero gas tech. 21 shares submits ETF filing as SUI inches closer to $5. SUI grabbed attention in early June when 21 shares submitted an ETF filing for a spot SUI product, making one of the first bids to bring SUI into regulated portfolios. While DeFi activity on the network pushed SUI's total value logged to 450 million. Community events like the SUI Summer Hackathon happening on June 19th have also galvanized developer engagement and boosted the SUI network's visibility. Against its backdrop, analysts refining the SUI price predictions now eye $5 as a potential milestone if institutional flows from the ETF filing materialize. At the time of writing, SUI is trading at 3.31 with a 24.62% increase in 24-hour trading volume. SUI's 30-day price action reflects a 3.3% increase, though its weekly performance shows a 5.82% decline. Can SUI sustain its momentum and scale towards $5? So JetBolt powers through with zero gas technology and over 356 million tokens sold. JetBolt powers through June with its pre-sale reaching over 356 tokens sold, shrugging off naysayers along the way. As the pre-sale accelerated, JetBolt's zero gas technology continues to stand out. Each transfer is processed without gas fees and settled most instantly, creating a smooth, low friction environment. Meanwhile, JetBolt's instant custody ensures buyers can stake or interact with the network immediately after joining the pre-sale. Buyers can also manage the token seamlessly through JetBolt's integrated Web3 wallet. Beyond low friction transaction, JetBolt's staking system maintains strong whale attraction. Users can stake the JBolt tokens and earn additional rewards simultaneously based on their network engagement. JetBolt's AI-powered news dashboard remains hub for Web3 headlines. This intuitive tool tags each crypto news by sentiment, so users won't need to hop between the news platforms. So the Alpha Box bundles continues to drive demand, offering up to 25% extra tokens on batch purchases and attracting whale participation with more than 3.2 million in pre-sale volume as of June. So market experts, SUI price predictions reaching $5 aren't warranted. After all, the token is gaining more institutional interest, especially after 21 shares recent ETF filing. But SUI didn't stop that. It's also hosting a variety of events for the upcoming SUI Summer Hackathon, riding on its ETF momentum as the rest of June plays out. While SUI prepares institutional on-ramps, JetBolt is carving out a niche among crypto buyers looking for seamless user-centric experience. JetBolt's pre-sale momentum of 356 million tokens sold is becoming harder to ignore, with crypto whales and early users already utilizing the young altcoins live features. So let's just wait and see. I don't know how far that's going to be true, how far that's going to go correct, because last month also there were like a lot of predictions about it going to $5 and things like that, but it didn't happen, and the opposite of it has happened. And I am very apprehensive of the fact that in this market or any anything related to any cryptos is very, very uncertain. So we never know what is going to happen, whether this is going to be true or it is going to be a fake news or whatever the predictions are all about. So we'll have to wait and watch. SUI has gained over 50% in the past month and more than 300% since early 2024. The short-term target range is $5 to $6, still driven by strong technical recovery and ecosystem growth. Binance Alpha has listed multiple SUI-based projects and officially integrated SUI into its infrastructure, a rare move that boosts projects' visibility and credibility. SUI outpaces Aptos and even competes with Solana in public attention, according to Google Trends and social media data. We've already seen this. SUI, which is at 3.2, one of the most prominent next generation layer 1 blockchain, is rapidly attracting attention from crypto investors and institutional players alike. Built on the Move programming language and born from the legacy of Meta's DIME initiative, SUI seeks to overcome the transaction speed and scalability limitations of earlier blockchain architectures. Okay, the article offers a comprehensive short-term forecast for SUI based on up-to-date technical and fundamental analysis. It also includes a comparative section on Aptos, a fellow Move-based layer 1, to contextualize SUI's position in the market. Current market context and recent developments. SUI launched its mainnet in early 2023 and has since demonstrated notable growth and market momentum over the past 6 months. SUI has surged by approximately 46% with an impressive 52% gain in the past month alone. That's an impressive growth, right? 46 and 52%. And despite a minor 4% pullback last week, the trend remains firmly bullish. At its peak, SUI recorded a price increase of more than 300% from early 2024. This is why I keep telling about this particular token. As of mid-May 2025, SUI trades around 3.9 to 4, regaining strength after a brief correction triggered by large token unlocks. From a broader market perspective, institutional interest is accelerating. In May 2025, SUI-linked investment products attracted 11.7 million in inflows, the highest among all altcoins according to CoinShares. This surge in capital came as Solana and other competitors saw net outflows. Investment firm 21 Shares Grayscale also filed for a US-based SUI ETF, having launched a European SUI ETP in 2024. These moves underscore a growing appetite for exposure to the ecosystem. So here's the weekly flows and MTD flows. So we have Bitcoin week flows 3188, MTD flows 2296, YTD flows 3731, AUM is 132,183, Ethereum at 183.0, 67.5, 398, multi-asset 2.4, 7.2, 138. So he is at 20.7 million. I think this is in all millions only, right? And month to date is 14.7, not bad. Year to date is 72 million and AUM is at 400. This is a slight older one. This one's a new one. Not much of the information on June predictions in this. Previous one was an old one. It's backdated, I think May 14th. It's an old one. This one also, when was this written? Okay, this is the most recent one. So based on this, maybe, I don't know if we can come across something that would be piping up. Nothing specific to the June predictions as such, but let's just hope that this 21 shares ETF and Jet Volt $356 million tokens. Yeah. So the price is already below the retracement area, but from here, whether it will be a trend reversal or it will be shooting up is what something we need to watch out. I need to just delete this, and again I'll put it once again. Sometimes when you take Fibonacci, it kind of doesn't plot it in right way, I feel. So it has taken this high to this dip, and that's how it is calculating it. So the retracement area is here and here. So the price is actually shooted above that. But in this current scenario, at this moment, we can't really say so until. So the price is already shooted below 0.5, then it's bound to go further down, and then we have to wait for another some time to kind of make that decision. So guys, while I'm just taking a small 5 minutes little break, I will catch with you guys in some time. Take care. Give me a 5 minutes time. So guys, I am back. So after reaching 0.5, it's retraced back. That's good. Let me delete this and put once more. So usually at this level 0.5 and 0.618, I think that's where majority of the retracement happens in this particular zone itself. So I think it's So while we are watching all of this, let's watch a small video which I found very interesting.
Join BlockDAG 2025. Participate and see.
I've done stories about scammers before.
Tax-related
Warning the public about a new scam. Phone scammers, binary option scammers, romance scammers, credit card scammers, identity theft scammers.
It's a scam.
But I've never met anyone like these guys. They're all 20-somethings, and they all live like kings. Mansions, parties, insane cars, jewelry, AK-47s that look like jewelry. It's a lifestyle that's made possible by their mastery of cryptocurrency scam called rug pull scam. Rug pull. The rug pull. If you haven't heard of it, consider yourself lucky because victims lost nearly $3 billion in 2021 alone. This is a journey to the dark side of the crypto craze.
Selling drugs is for the birds.
Something is wrong with my internet.
$0.02 spreads on oil. That's the tightest.
Guys, I don't know what's happening with the internet. Internet is playing up, guys, sorry.
For the first time in the UAE, Disney Junior Live on Tour Let's Play. Join Mickey, Minnie, Ariel and the Super Kitties. Then swing into action with Team Spidey. 6 shows only, June 6th to 8th at Etihad Arena, Yas Island. Tickets available now at etihadarena.ae.
I've done stories about scammers before.
Tax-related
Warning the public about a new scam.
Phone scammers, binary option scammers, romance scammers, credit card scammers, identity theft scammers.
It's a scam.
But I've never met anyone like these guys. They're all 20-somethings, and they all live like kings. Mansions, parties, insane cars, jewelry, AK-47s that look like jewelry. It's a lifestyle that's made possible by their mastery of cryptocurrency scam called rug pull scam.
Rug pull.
The rug pull. If you haven't heard of it, consider yourself lucky because victims lost nearly $3 billion in 2021 alone. This is a journey to the dark side of the crypto craze.
Selling drugs is for the birds.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm. Before I started reporting on cryptocurrency, I think I just thought that it was something that everybody else was making money on, but I was too lazy to get into it because I knew very little about it.
Cryptocurrency.
Crypto is a way of people taking control of their money.
It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
Fortune favors the brave.
Whenever there's something out there that it seems like you can make so much money fast, there's a lot of people out there that are just willing to exploit those dreams and those hopes.
Like, where do I start with crypto?
Actually, let's start from the beginning. So it started with one person. One day I got a message on Instagram from a fan of the show. He was such a fan. He lived in LA. So we met this guy. And he showed up with a cheese board that he had made himself that said traffic with Mariana Van Zeller. And he gives me the cheese board and then he says, hey, what do you know about crypto scams?
Crypto scams.
Crypto scams, one of which is called a rug pull.
Remember what I told you about crypto? Crypto. Currency, coins, token, centralized financing, decentralized financing. But once you go to DeFi, it's the Wild West.
You do realize that half of the things you're saying I don't understand, right?
So say what crypto is.
It's a
It's so hard because it's not like a 2-sentence thing. It's like a 2-hour thing.
I don't even know where to start. I mean,
and it's
Now, if you don't know what cryptocurrencies are, we're not entirely sure either. It's okay. Experts say they are a digital currency that's exchanged online, that's not tied to a government.
Bitcoin is probably the most common cryptocurrency on the market. There are many out there.
So you have very little money in an actual bank account? All of it is in crypto?
exactly. And I'm sure I'm not the only one.
When was the first time you realized you'd been a victim of a scam?
I think I've been in maybe 7 or 8 rug pulls.
That many?
Yes. The first one was just a $500 investment, and the next one, almost $10,000.
And then what happened? It just, you lost
Just
it?
move on. There's nothing you can do. It's decentralized financing, so there's no rules. Nothing applies.
Right. Okay, so the first time you lost $500, and it was a rug pull?
Yes.
Start trading with FXTM, best trading experience winner. Trade FX, futures, and indices.
Let me explain how this rug pull works in the form of a margarita.
Great, love margaritas.
When we launch the token, the scam token, you have this amount of your actual token.
Okay. So before scammers start to promote this new offering, they've already bought a big chunk of it at a very low price.
As people are buying in and it goes up and up and up, there's no stop. It just keeps going up the chart.
So that's the money I'm putting up.
Exactly. As it's
filling up the copper.
Now you have more investors coming in, more shillers pushing the product nonstop. Twitter, Telegram pushing it, getting paid to promote a certain token. So your average newbie investor sees that and thinking, oh, I better get into it right now. It looks great. Going and going and going. People are buying in. Going and going and going. Thousands of people.
We're all getting super excited.
Next thing you know, scammer walks out.
He walks out.
Yes.
With all the money.
Exactly.
That's right. Just when the excitement around the token reaches a fever pitch, the scammer pulls the rug, selling all of his holdings and sending the price crashing. And that's a rug pull.
And that's a rug pull. It's amazing to me that so many people can do this and get away with it. Personally, I know some people that have lost their life savings.
Who are the scammers? Who are these people that are making millions of dollars from other people?
Anybody.
I can't quite believe that these scams are as big and as common as Xavier is telling me.
Scams everywhere. Crypto scams everywhere.
But it doesn't take much research to see that he's absolutely right.
FBI is warning about an increase in cryptocurrency scams.
Rug pull scam accounted for 37% of the illicit revenue.
A Denver man thought he'd be able to retire early after investing more than $1 million.
$1.6 million in total.
It disappeared with about $3 million. The bad guys all want cryptocurrency because it's not traceable.
It seems like once people are burnt, they either quietly drop out of crypto entirely.
It's not backed by any banks, so consumers have no protections and no way of getting their money back.
Or they pin their hopes on making it back on the next hyped up token.
It's really exciting. Maybe there are celebrities involved, so you want to get in early.
I missed out on Google, I missed out on Apple, so I didn't want to miss out on this.
Ow! It went to zero! You've seen it live! A rug pull, baby!
If I'm looking into scammers, what do you suggest?
Conventions. The conventions.
The crypto conventions?
Oh, correct. Miami, Dubai. You're bound to meet somebody that's trying to show off.
When's the next convention?
Dubai.
Dubai?
Yes, next week.
Really? Next week already? And you think for sure there's going to be scammers there?
If you ask the right questions, you'll find somebody. You'll find somebody. This is the Wild West. Decentralized financing is the Wild West.
Put your hands up if you're in the building. Put your hands up high to the ceiling.
Much like Dubai itself, cryptocurrency seemingly came out of nowhere, creating obscene towers of wealth, a lot of it built on sand. The good, the bad, and the ugly of crypto come to these conferences. Everyone is vying for attention for their latest token. This is the first time that I've showed up somewhere without a lead.
With my hard glasses, all hard.
And without knowing what a scammer might even look like. So my plan is to get the word out that I'm looking for, and hope that our cameras will keep their interest.
Hi. Why are you dressed in a spacesuit?
Crypto doesn't have any more sky is the limit mentality, so it's going to the moon.
I don't know where they start Are you guys in the crypto business?
Yes.
What do you do? You invest in crypto.
Yeah.
So does your company have a token, or what do you do?
My company is all about fashion, crypto fashion.
Right now, crypto is not accepted for payment everywhere. As that adopts more, you're going to see a whole flood of more people come in. And these scammers are going to be sitting out there waiting.
There is a lot of scamming in crypto too. Is that something
that's
that
where
worries
you got to do your own research kind of thing. People don't like to read. People don't like to search. They follow influencers.
I'm assuming there are scammers in here too, right?
I would absolutely bet that, yes.
Do you know anyone who's doing rug pulls? Any scammers? Good luck.
I leave the conference with nothing to show for it. But later, my luck changes.
Hey, can you hear me?
When I finally hear from an elusive source I've been waiting on.
Is there any way I can get his phone number and meet him and talk to him directly?
He confirms that there's a notorious scam crew in town, headed up by someone he insists on referring to as Mr. X.
Okay, but he's definitely in Dubai, right?
It's rare for them to be in the same place at the same time, so I can't miss meeting them.
Okay, any idea on where he's staying? I mean, if we have an address, if you're willing to share that address with me. Awesome. Okay, thank you. Talk to you in a bit. Bye-bye. Mr. X? Hi, Mariana here. How are you doing? I am so happy we can finally talk to you directly. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we're on our way. I think we should be there in the next 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, that sounds good.
Great. Okay, I'll see you soon. So apparently he's staying in this big villa right on the water, sort of one of the most expensive areas in Dubai. And I heard that he's driving around in all sorts of luxury cars, and I guess we're gonna see. Okay, this is it, guys. This is the house. We have a Mercedes G-Wagon and a Rolls Royce parked out front. So we came all the way to Dubai. We got here and we started a hunt for a scammer. We went to parties, went to this crypto conference, telling everybody that I was looking for a scammer, which isn't the best way to go about this. But eventually we got a call. Scammer, he's here right now and he's willing to talk to us.
The scammers are fairly paranoid about us identifying where they're staying, so it's cameras down until we're inside.
Oh, man, I heard that from here, bro. Alright, let's go.
How many rug pulls have you done?
I wouldn't want to say that.
But more than 10?
Yeah.
More than 100? No. Have you been a victim of a rug pull?
Yeah. Everybody in crypto's been rug pulled. So I'm like, man, let's figure out how they did this.
Oh, is that one of the reasons you got interested in it?
Yeah, because it's easy money.
Do you know a lot of other people rug pulling?
Yeah, I mean, they suck at it, but there's a lot of them that are good, that make hundreds of millions of dollars.
So setting the stage, where are we and why are you guys here?
We're in Dubai, we came for the Crypto Expo. We came to see new utilities, security.
So you come here and they're going to tell you everything at these conferences about what they're doing in terms of security, and you can always be a step ahead.
Exactly.
You want to be called Mr. X, right?
Yeah, you can call me that.
What is it that you do?
I work pulls, I pull liquidities, I launch tokens.
And you're the boss?
You could say we're a team.
Can you tell me what each of you guys do?
Well, I do the shilling. I promote the token.
You're the sort of the PR side of it?
Social media, let's get the name out there. Every token you type, the more hype, the more people are buying them when it launches.
Is it easy?
Yeah, people just chasing after money.
And what about you? What do you do?
I make the money disappear. I exchange money within different wallets and divide it into smaller amounts. It makes it seem as if it just disappeared, making it harder to trace.
What's the most amount of money you've ever made on a rug pull?
One that's been successful with marketing from multiple influencers through him, and easy like 60 million.
How much?
60 million.
60?
60.
$60 million.
Yeah.
If you're like me, someone who was born in a different country but decided to move to the UAE to chase a better life, then you know the struggles.
You know, I've interviewed many people that work in black markets, but I've never heard of anyone making this amount of money with one operation.
Selling drugs is for the birds.
So you guys are in your 20s, right?
Yeah,
all three of you.
27. I'm the youngest, just turned 21.
So then what do you do with the cash? I mean, if you have millions of dollars in cash, how do you do with it?
Invest into everything. Bank accounts, family members, stuff like that, people that have legitimate businesses. Shoes, clothes, designer, jewelry.
How much does that chain cost, do you think, the one you have?
This one was about 75.
75,000. And on a regular basis, how much money worth of jewelry do you carry on you?
A lot. Quarter.
250,000.
Yeah. I'm that dude. I'm that hero.
I'm along for the ride with them today to see where those millions end up once the rug has been pulled.
This car alone costs like $500,000. How much do you think these good houses are worth?
Easily 20 grand. The villas were like 15,000 for 7 days.
And you guys have 6?
Yeah.
They tell us they've rented 6 different villas on Palm Jumeirah, a luxury development built on man-made islands.
All of these are on the water then, right?
Yeah, big beach view.
How many people did you guys travel?
20.
Is it your first time in Dubai?
No. There's a lot of connections right here. There's a lot of people that have a lot of utility.
And by utility, you mean cash?
No, privilege. Like, there's no laws for people here that I know. You know what I mean?
Oh, so the people that you know are in high places here, so they're not...
Yeah, basically they can.
Get away with a lot.
Yeah, when I'm with them, it's insane.
Is that we never actually get to see how the people operating in these black markets spend their money. Let me take myself out on a date. A lot of this money comes from the back of the people that work very hard to make that money.
Do your friends and family know you're in this business?
For sure.
They know that you're doing...
Yeah.
That you're stealing.
What do you mean? I'm not stealing. It's legal.
All these people are buying tokens thinking it's something and it's not, right? So you're selling them something that's actually not real.
No, it's real. They get their tokens. They buy it.
Yeah, but it's worth nothing. That's the point.
No, it's worth something. No, it's worth something. You can still make money. You can still sell.
But the people that are investing and buying the tokens don't know that their money's going to disappear, right? They're going to lose money.
It's a gamble and they lost. Ripple, it's a legal way of making money. Legal way of stealing. Legal way of stealing.
So, but if it is not illegal, why are you guys wearing masks? Why not just be openly doing it?
Just because of the fact that my face is recognizable to a lot of people. This is my Schiller, and he has hundreds of thousands of followers, verified, connected with celebrities. I'm connected with celebrities.
Right, it would basically put a stop to your lifestyle and to the actions.
And not only that, it would just be like, oh, you're at the truck pulling, and it'll just be like, okay, well, now we can't do it no more.
Do you ever feel bad about the people that are losing all this money? We hear stories about people who've invested, all their retirement or sold their dream house or whatever. How do you feel about that?
Just gotta get it.
You don't care?
No. If you're gonna put your life savings in a coin, you should take 5 minutes to do a Google search and find how the coin works. I think they're the most stupid people on earth.
It's pretty chilling how quickly these guys can flip between being almost likable and almost completely void of empathy.
Don't invest what you can't lose. Yes. When I would do that, that's...
We heard that there was somebody who killed themselves after a rug pull, after being a victim of a rug pull. Have you guys heard of that?
Yeah, but I don't feel sorry for people that kill themselves. That's weak-minded.
But I think it's also because you never meet your victims, right? I think that if you were to sit down in front of somebody who's lost a lot of money and is crying in front of you and is telling you that they can't send their kid to college or whatever it is.
I think they're not victims. They're investors. We don't go to them with a gun and be like, give me your money. He's like, this is a coin. And they go like, here's my money. It's different.
Hello. Everyone's on Dubizzle. Are you? Hello! With over 45,000 cars, 75 million views, and 2 million buyers and sellers every month, everyone's on Dubizzle Cars. Are you?
They can couch it however they want. But essentially, they're scamming people out of their hard-earned money, and they have absolutely no qualms about it. I'm treading a fine line between challenging them and maintaining access to this world. It feels like they trust me now, but I still need the invite to the main event.
This is really beautiful, though. This is really beautiful.
Yeah, for sure.
So when you do your next operation, could we be with you?
Possibly.
Did you ever think you'd be living a life like this?
No.
What is it that you most like about this life?
Freedom.
You can do whatever.
Whenever.
And you don't think this is going to end?
No. There's no way they can stop it.
A couple of years ago, I had cancer, and it kind of slowed me down a little bit, and so I spent more time with investments and things of that nature. And my son came over, and he said, "Hey, Dad, you looked at crypto." And I said, "Crypto? You mean that Bitcoin stuff?"
Cryptocurrency.
This is pretty confusing stuff.
So no Bitcoin investments for you? I don't know nothing about that stuff. So I started looking, right? And so I got into SHIB and did very well, and then you're ruined, right? You're kind of wrecked. Because I went from saying things like, "Hey, I made $29. I made $29 today trading blue chip stocks," to, "Hey, I made $6,000 today with crypto." And I thought, even then, man, this can be dangerous for people because of the FOMO, that lure, you know.
Everyone's trying to get in this game.
Investing in cryptocurrency is the buzz right now.
Well, the day started normally. It was a launch day. Altex was the name of the token, and I had been involved with this project. It had been delayed a couple times. The devs were young, not fully doxed. I knew who they were and about where they lived, but they still kept their last names kind of secretive.
Despite the risk, Robert pressed his luck, investing thousands in what he thought was a promising new token.
At launch, the devs sold their entire bag, which looked like this huge rug pull. And that left all the investors, including myself, holding the bag. When all the smoke cleared, I had $86 left. I was wrecked. It's hard to describe. Emotionally, it's devastating. Knowing how that felt and that others were going through that, that's the point that I decided that something had to be done. Something had to be done, and it was going to start with me. These are just new tokens that have launched.
Just when?
It shows today over here at the last.
Just today, yeah.
Yeah. Here's a good indication that this is probably a scam. You see 3% down in the last hour,
Yeah.
but 85% in the last 24 hours.
Which means that they're dumping.
Something's going on.
Then you see these actually, up by 6%, up by 16%.
But that's what they do. They hope that, just like you just did. You said, hey, some of these are up really big. They hope that you'll see that and go buy it.
Robert Browning is a scam victim turned vigilante. After being taken in by a rug pull, he now spends his time hunting down and exposing scammers.
So explain what this is. What are these AMA?
This is an AMA. Now, AMA means ask me anything.
And these guys use these AMA platforms what for?
To pump their token. To sell all the hype, all the garbage, all the...
We're here in chat. People have any questions or anything?
And so you go into these chat rooms, into these AMAs, what for?
Because they're very suspicious.
Yeah, why do you think they're suspicious?
Because Carl sent me a copy of a wallet that was involved in a scam.
One of your guys?
Yeah, and it holds this token.
So they've been involved in another scam.
Somebody has been a bad actor on the team.
When he finds a suspicious token launch, he questions the developers in public forums, in front of possible investors and victims.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Oh, no, man, just checking it out.
You're just new to the group.
Yeah. Are y'all, am I reading this right? Visually, right, it looks an awful lot like a rug. You can see that. The way, the chart crashing out and then the liquidity.
Well, that's not nice to say because everything is in the pin messages. Anyone that does, they can just read the pin messages.
I'm just saying, I'm telling you what.
Visually.
visually.
I understand, but please don't mention those things in the VC because it's absolutely not true.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, if you could put yourself in an investor's position for a second, I mean, you would want somebody to ask that on your behalf, wouldn't you? I don't understand why you're getting so defensive.
Rob, I apologize.
You should pull your boy in there, man. If you're legitimate, he's making you look very, very bad.
Who is making?
You are, sir. You are. An investor sent me here who's got money in your project and asked me, right, because that's what we do.
What happened?
And I'm banned him.
Oh, he banned you?
Yeah.
They kicked you out and banned you?
Yep, that's it. No.
So what do you think?
Scam. Total scam.
100%?
100% scam.
How do you know?
I mean, why would, if I came to you, right, and you had a legitimate thing going, and I said, hey, my guy's got some money in your project, can you explain to me why it's not working out this way? I would do anything and everything, right, to make sure that you understood that your money's safe. $14 billion last year, that's a lot of money.
Is that the amount?
$14 billion, yeah.
$14 billion.
$14 billion.
To scams like this, to rug pulls and honeypots.
Yes.
Wow. To be clear, the $14 billion in crypto that scammers stole in 2021 includes a variety of schemes.
The biggest Bitcoin bust in U.S. history in connection with a 2016 hack of a virtual currency exchange.
Delhi police has busted a cyber fraud module transferring cryptocurrency in.
It's estimated that rug pulls account for nearly $3 billion of that total.
Introducing Connect HR, the HR software that empowers you to streamline your HR processes and focus on what truly matters.
And we calculate that we probably save thousands of people millions of dollars, just us.
But busting scammers isn't easy. The flow of crypto can be hard to track.
It's virtually impossible to detect where they are and how to track them down.
There's a lack of specific laws around rug pulls and a decent likelihood that scammers are operating overseas.
One common complaint is that police aren't doing enough to track down.
We pay for bounties, and so we can...
And bounties, you're basically paying people to tell you if they see some suspicious activity.
It could be a dev, it could be an influencer.
Mm-hmm. How much do you pay for these tips?
Well, in the last 30 days of its existence, we paid about $17,500.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
Where does that money come from?
We have a token, Seek token, and it's really there to fund our mission.
Yep, even the vigilantes who have been burned by crypto have their own crypto token.
We've been death threats and all the good things, and
You've gotten death threats?
oh, absolutely, yeah, constantly.
And they know who you are?
Oh, absolutely.
And they know where you live?
Yeah, my coordinates were in a previous article, my GPS coordinates.
So how do you feel about that?
I mean, I keep my team safe, I've taken security precautions at my home.
You have?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Such as?
Such as private stuff. I'm American, we have firearms, so...
Does your wife worry about the security aspect of it?
It concerns her, but at the same time, too, I don't tell my wife every time that somebody named the Buttcorn Bandit threatens to kill me.
Is that the name?
That was one of my first death threats ever. Was the Buttcorn Bandit? Yeah. If you want me to be afraid, I'm okay with that. But you've got to be something a little stronger than the Buttcorn Bandit.
So what would you say to the rug pullers and the scammers out there who claim that what they're doing is not illegal, and to some extent they say that it's not even morally wrong?
You can't get in trouble for rug pulling.
You can't take something that doesn't belong to you and call that a bad investment. That's stealing. They put people in jail for that. Some places cut your hands off, but in crypto they think they get a free pass.
The FBI has seen a number of cryptocurrency scams. We certainly do hear a lot of tales of how cryptocurrency has a lot of gray areas and undefined areas, that this isn't money, so money rules shouldn't apply. When individuals are under the understanding or assumption of a particular promise, and then that's not delivered, that is fraud. Fraud is fraud.
Aren't you afraid that you might get caught?
How? You're gonna call the crypto police? Nobody's gonna help you.
There's not a lot of laws out there right now to sort of regulate what you guys do. Are you afraid that the law will catch up?
No.
What we often find is that new technology is first adopted by predatory individuals, and in the last year we've seen an exponential growth of cryptocurrency-related fraud.
Still got a lot more to go.
Fraudsters who are engaged in rug pulls have to have an internal justification for the type of actions that they're taking. It can be that the victim should know better and not be victimized. It should be that, well, this technology works this way, it's their problem that they weren't aware of that. The same argument would say that, well, because I can get into your house, I can rob you. They are a criminal enterprise trying to remove folks from their hard-earned money. We'll make sure that those actors will be held to justice.
Despite the best efforts of vigilantes and the FBI, Mr. X and his crew are still free to launch scams with very little effort or risk.
We get about 1,500 tips in a 30-day period.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
But there is one thing that can stop these scammers. The markets themselves.
It's been a bit of a bumpy ride recently for cryptocurrency.
Major cryptocurrencies have seen some steep losses.
It was called the crypto winter. By mid-2022, cryptocurrencies had lost more than $2 trillion from their highs the year before.
The crypto sell-off has left investors scrambling.
People lost their shirts in this crash.
Predictably, investors were spooked, which meant that rug pulls were much harder to pull off.
I lost over 450,000 USD. I cannot pay the bank. I will lose my home soon.
Seemingly overnight, our access to Mr. X and his team had vanished. And I wasn't sure when or if we'd ever get it back.
Cents spreads on oil. That's the tightest in the market. Cut costs with no commission.
Mr. X and his crew ghosted us for a while after we met them in Dubai. But now they've resurfaced in Houston, Texas.
We're here to meet Mr. X. He sort of disappeared on us for a while, but he finally came through, started talking to him again.
My day, you stole my life. Dribble it,
It's definitely an interesting time to be with him because crypto has crashed dramatically since the last time we were with him in Dubai.
The way they think is minimal. We get hot when the winter's cold. I'm just down for the inner soul. Drink more water, mineral.
My first stop with Mr. X, though, has nothing to do with how he's making money and everything to do with how he's spending it. This is him, last seen in a bull mask.
Good morning.
Now leading me into his favorite jewelry store.
Bitcoin on top of the rocket. That's what you were hoping would be happening right now, right?
It's curious to me that even though the crypto market has crashed, these guys all still seem to be living large.
What is this one?
That's a crypto coin we're kind of cultivating into. That should be out pretty soon as well.
Even Mr. X's jeweler has a token he's promoting.
You don't want to miss this. On me, available October 14 on .com.
What's up? How you doing, man?
Johnny Dang is apparently the go-to guy for those who want to turn crypto or cash into gold and diamonds.
Got a diamond around that with an engraving, perfect gold.
Or if you want to bedazzle a fully functional AK-47.
Oh, wow. It's a little heavier than the common AK, right? Can I ask you how much that costs?
It costs some money.
It costs some money?
Yeah, it costs some money.
All right.
I don't think Johnny Dang knows how Mr. X makes his money.
Never say no to champagne.
Or that he might be using his store to launder his profits. But I've been itching since Dubai to see how these guys actually set up a rug pull.
What you gonna do to red? What you gonna do to red? What you don't do too red. Hopped in the back cause you driving instead. Here go the drop to the ops.
Another member of X's scam crew has surfaced.
Man, the whole film crew's gonna be lit. Secondhand smoke.
S, the Shiller, is in town.
So when you do your stuff, when you do your shilling, you use Twitter. What else do you use?
Telegram, Twitter, social media.
With my phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just look up crypto or new tokens dropping.
New tokens. Okay, let's try that.
There's all kinds.
How many of these things are there, Liz?
It goes a day.
Crypto moonshots. Crypto moonshots. A lot of hype around this launch. Bullish. Kermit Eno is the next generation. Eno is a big influencer back the world by storm.
Check your paper, you're gonna see hundreds of thousands of posts. There's a bunch of rugs every day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's a bunch of rugs every day.
Not even these scammers know which of these tokens are real and which are fake. And that's exactly the point.
We're just trying to get investors to see the token. You know, the more eyes see it, the more chance they're gonna invest in it.
And people actually believe these things?
They're degenerates. They're dealing with a bunch of gamblers.
So make it seem like it's much bigger than it is. Right.
Then we actually use influencers so people we're connected with. Then we try.
People that work for you, but you want them to promote stuff.
Kim Kardashian, she has agreed to pay nearly $1.3 million for promoting cryptocurrency on social media without providing necessary disclosures.
In addition to paying the fine, Kardashian also agreed to cooperate with the SEC's ongoing investigation.
The list of celebrities facing criticism for pushing crypto is growing. In most cases, no legal lines were crossed, but these influencers are often getting paid big money to hawk crypto projects they know very little about, which is why their fans and followers who have gotten burned are so upset.
To the moon.
To the moon. I think Musk is manipulating the market, and I think you're doing exactly the same thing.
The answer is safe mode. It could be a scam. I don't think it is. Invest with your own money.
All these influencers have flooded multiple rugs. There's not one that hasn't.
So why do people still trust them?
It's a gamble. There's mainly people just trying to get rich quick, so they're going to throw some money in just to maybe hit, you know? That's FOMO. And because you're being scared of figuring this out.
So when's your next ripple?
We don't announce it like that.
So it could happen tomorrow.
No, it could not.
This is Pod 5, the first fully immersive sleep system. Intelligent, adapt.
It's not hard, that's all I gotta say. It's like, the time you think that it takes, it doesn't take that much time.
Oh, so you can do it in a day.
Yeah, boom, it's ready to go, like.
In 15 minutes, you can get this all done, and you could launch it right from here, right now.
Correct.
Right now.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for this moment since we first met in Dubai. Finally,
Thank you.
Mr. Rex has agreed to demonstrate how easy these rug pulls are to set up.
Do me up in Ethereum real quick. Simple Ethereum token. I'm gonna get the Wi-Fi password too, okay?
He takes me to a tattoo shop with good Wi-Fi.
Bishop.
Sit right here.
It's there.
Okay, so how is it done? What do you...
So basically, I find a basic DeFi project that's doing well, that has a lot of momentum.
He just finds a crypto project that's doing well, snatches the computer code that makes it special, and renames it.
Just copy the contract code, post it onto a notepad in here, rename it. That's it. That's it. It's as simple as that.
It's a simple copy and paste job, like stealing the text of someone else's novel and then telling everyone to come and buy your new book.
So you can be at a coffee shop, at a tattoo parlor, wherever it is. In 15 minutes, you can get this all done, and you could launch it right from here, right now.
Correct.
Right now. So why are you not doing it?
As far as me not doing it, it's just me being comfortable about what I'm doing, what I'm doing. I could do it right now, but that's as far as I could say.
Would it be smart for you to launch a token right now if the market's down like they are?
I mean, you would make close to nothing
But if I was a newbie starting at this, I could just go online, find this, and do it myself.
Exactly. You can just pull this up on Google.
So that's not illegal. That's still
this stuff where you're launching and pulling, that has like, it's black and grays to it. I'm gonna say it's 100% illegal, but it's not right.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But now it's the first time that you're saying that it's not. It's the first time you're saying it's not right. Because
it's not right, but I mean, I don't care. Because I'm doing it right.
Did you change your mind?
No, I say it's not right, but do I care? So now I do.
Okay, but now you're.
It's not right, yeah, of course it's not right, but I mean.
Didn't go that far last time. You know?
I mean, what do you want me to say?
I think you changed your mind.
No, I didn't change my mind. Obviously, why am I still doing it? Why are you here talking to me?
When trying to understand scammers of any kind, you never quite know which way is up. On our last day in Houston, I hoped to meet up with Mr. Rex one last time, but he bails on me.
Well, I mean, it's been really just difficult to work with these guys. Particularly X. He's been promising all this access and telling us he's going to show us this and that, and then last minute either doesn't show up or nothing of what he promises actually happen.
The night before, off camera, Mr. X admitted to our producer that despite earlier denials, they've continued scamming. But of course, he didn't give us any details.
They've come clean to us and have said that they have been rug pulling this whole time. Yeah, they've just been basically lying to us.
These days, you just can't take professional scammers at their word.
Do your friends and family know you're in this business?
For sure.
Do your parents know you do this?
Yeah.
What do they think you do?
Full-time student.
Are you?
I am.
Does your family know what you do? Do you think they are proud of you?
50-50. Seems like I'm getting interviewed by the FBI or something.
No.
Have to be careful what we say. I would say for those interested in cryptocurrency scams, there are very few individuals who have run a fraudulent empire and are living comfortably on the beach in retirement with a large bulk of funds.
Hi, Pete. Where are you right now?
I'm in Ibiza.
Oh, you're in Ibiza.
From corner to corner of the island. I'll be just partying on every club there.
For the first time in the UAE, Disney Junior Live on Tour Let's Play. Join Mickey, Minnie, Ariel and the Super Kitties. Then swing into action with Team Spidey. 6 shows only, June 6th to 8th at Etihad Arena, Yas Island. Tickets available now at etihadarena.ae.
You know, the market's been crashing. Crypto is really low right now. Has that affected you at all?
Yes, a lot. Millions.
Millions of dollars, really? But you still have enough to be partying in Ibiza?
Yes, yeah. I've made around $60 million just from crypto. I like to think I'm a good man. I've already sponsored schools. We sent over $3 million to the Ukraine cause, or where there was a couple of hurricanes in Honduras and Guatemala and Salvador. We funneled a lot of money.
We can't confirm any of this, but clearly, this is how he justifies his decisions.
It was over before it even began.
It's often been said that the FBI always gets their man, whether it's today or tomorrow.
I'm not scared of the FBI. There's no way they can stop it.
Those looking to victimize U.S. citizens should always keep an eye looking over their back.
I think one thing is very clear is that they will keep doing this. Are there people still buying tokens and still investing in
Yes. People keep following in.
They will keep stealing your money. They'll keep scamming.
People are buying in. Buy.
They'll keep spending their money at Johnny Dang's and buying gold and diamonds.
Yes,
That is guaranteed.
You're making a $16 million play in a month and a half, and you ain't risking your life because you ain't doing nothing illegal. That's a win-win.
You need to do your research heavily before you get into anything.
can't lose.
Yes, you're the only one who knows why I'm gone.
So guys, I think with that note, we are going to end this session. We are almost late by 10 minutes. So I think it's a very beautiful message and a good piece of information. So guys, please be careful while you're investing in crypto. And be vigilant about everything that you're doing, because it's starting out in this market, in this industry, is so scary that if you do not have full knowledge about it, you might lose out on everything. So be careful on that front and do smart investing, and only invest that much which you can afford to lose. So with that note, I am ending this session. I'll be live again tomorrow at the same time. Hope to see you again. Thanks for all the people who have watched these streams from the start till the end, and people who are being so kind and patient and being so understandable and joining these sessions. Thank you so much once again. This is Nida Afreen signing off. I hope I'll see you tomorrow at the same time.